simply email us transportationeac@dot.ca.gov. We will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided for this meeting. You should see them on your screen. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. Members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me, at the front of the room to let us know you want to comment on an item. You can find comment cards in the back of the room on the table should you need one. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you will find the raise hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as soon as we reach the item to give the system time to acknowledge you. Committee staff will let you know when it's your turn to make your comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Committee staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when making comments. Do your best to be concise. And again, remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. We ask you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on a topic, we reserve the right to limit the comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you all for joining us today. And then, yes, I will move forward with calling the roll.
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do it. Vice Chair Armis Kelly,
Present.
Alexandria Contreras,
Present.
Ana Gonzalez,
Present.
Herb Hastings, Gloria Huerta,
Present.
Peggy Martinez,
Present.
Amber Novi, Andres Ramirez,
Present.
Connie Stewart,
Present.
Michelle Rousey, Randy Torres Van Vleck. Thank you. Cheryl Villegas Walker,
I'm here. Thank you.
thank you. Christine Williams, Chair Walker.
Present.
All right, that makes quorum.
With popping peas, pardon that. And for the audience, you are wearing
I am a white male wearing gray pants, a blue shirt, and blue tie. I've got brown hair.
great black male, shoulder length dreads, beige blazer, tie, slacks. Not really slacks, pants. Thank you for roll call. We have a quorum and it's great that we're all here. Folks virtually as well, and folks here who were able to make it in person. Item number 2 is our land acknowledgement. I'd like to pass it to our Vice Chair, Martha Armis Kelly, and also give thanks to Martha for all of her work on making sure we have a standardized land acknowledgement. So thank you, Martha.
Thank you, Chair Walker. Good afternoon. My name is Martha Armis Kelly, and I identify as Indigenous woman of color, Latina, Kachkan, Apache. I am wearing all black pants, black blouse. I have reddish auburn hair, and I have brown eyes. And for those that want to be more of a tactile experience, I have something that's warm and fuzzy on. So that is what I am wearing. Today, we'd like to acknowledge the land that we now call California as an ancestral land of over 109 nations, tribes, and peoples. The indigenous peoples of this area have a deep reciprocal relationship with the land and its original stewards. Their ways, methods, and traditions have contributed to California's rich biodiversity and have impacted the transportation network for the state. We stand with the indigenous communities and are committed to partnering and advocating for a more equitable and sustainable future. Our transportation network not only connects us, our families, friends, and work, as well as leisure, it connects us to the past and to our future. We embrace this past with a future commitment to inclusiveness and equity for everyone who now calls the state their home. Today, we are meeting in the Potwan and Miwok land. I, myself, Martha, reside in Merced, California, and that's the Miwok and the Yokuts territories. I'd like to invite any virtual EAC member to also take this time to acknowledge the land that they are in and are meeting us today from. Thank you. I move that to you back to Chair Walker.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any folks want to acknowledge where they are virtually? I'll take that as a none, but very thankful for the land acknowledgement and very thankful to be able to be on unceded land that we all have the privilege to be here for. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just did want to announce that one of our committee members did have their hand raised. Anna, I just wanted to check in and see if you still wanted to comment or speak on the land acknowledgement.
Yes, thank you. Really quick, just wanted to acknowledge that I am visiting you all from our Tongva Serrano Kawila land. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
And not seeing any others from our virtual members.
Great. Thank you so much. Item number 3 is the chair's report. I've already described what I look like. I use any pronoun. I forgot
Sure.
to.
I hate to interrupt, but there were no requests for public comment on that.
Thank you. I was like, something's missing as I was like, this road feels bumpy. So there was no public comment noted for items 1 and 2. We're now on item 3. And item 3 again is the welcoming remarks and chair report. So again, it's been a long year. And it's been a very eventful year. I've provided 2 reports to you all. A report under tab 3, that's my chair's report to the committee, and I also provided a copy of the commission's EAC's report to the commission, which was last week in Bakersfield. It is the last unless we thank you. I'm sorry, bless you. I don't know why I'm thinking. I know that we're at our last, this may be our last action item meeting. It may not be. It depends on if we vote to have another one. But assuming that this is our last action meeting, I just wanted to kind of give a wrap up of what we've been up to. Like, we came to the committee in February in the Sacramento region, and we brought forth a motion to create committees. And over the past year, or I guess a little bit less than a year, so like 6 or 7 months, we've watched our 3 committee chairs, Chair Villegas Walker, Chair Armas Kelly, and Chair Rousey. I'm missing one. There was an ad hoc chair. Was that Chair Novi, maybe? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. So one, thank you all for that groundbreaking work. It's hard to lead committees when we don't really have a clear sense of ourselves in some ways. We're still trying to figure out where we align around why we're here doing this equity work. So I definitely want to acknowledge the trailblazing chairs. It's fun to be the only male chair, so there's great representation there. I'll bring in as much of my single mom as I can. But yeah, so like we've come far and we have the structure in place to really start to talk about how we want to see a transportation system here in California. So I definitely want to thank folks for that. I want to also acknowledge staff for really working with us. You know, it wasn't always easy, right? And but we've come together, and I think that we all have a structure that we can be proud of. We spent the morning trying to define what we thought of as equitable or equity and how we'd like to envision the work that we're working towards as a committee. And something that I think resonated with us all, and we'll talk a bit more about it later in the meeting where it's agendized, is as much access as possible is what we would like to see. We were asked because we didn't state it explicitly if we wanted it to be transparent, and I think that we all feel like that's a given because we are meeting under, you know, the Bagley-Keene Act and all the different parameters that make this publicly open meeting. But I just want to share that I think that the discussion that we had this morning was a good start, and we're trying to figure out where that'll fit, and we'll also be talking about that later on today, or where we will be continuing these discussions to make sure that all the folks are at the table, to make sure that we're not just talking to ourselves in kind of a you know, an echo chamber, and that we're actually bringing in voices that we don't often hear to help shape the vision of a more equitable transportation system in California. I also just want to thank you all for just the space of being the first chair of the committee. And it was challenging because we didn't really have a structure to interact as much as we would have liked. Considering between meetings, it's the rule of two, how we interact. And it's not that we want to do things in the dark. It's just there's so much that we'd like to be doing. And so I know that my approach, being a chair, may have been different than what folks may have wanted or expected, but I definitely I come to this work like watching folks before me. Like my dad was a bus driver, my mom retired from the state, from the DMV, which is a part of this whole nexus as well. And just watching the folks before me struggle and coming into this role, I wanted to be in a space where I could try to do the best for the different communities that I represent, and that are a part of me, and the communities that I also work in unison with in the Bay Area, and in school, whatever region that might be that particular year. So I just I hope I didn't ruffle too many feathers. I'm just really passionate about the work, and I hope that whether we're all sitting here in these roles or back in the roles that we were in prior to us being here, that we're still in while we're here, that we'll continue to do this work in unison and in fellowship, and that we'll move toward that vision that we'd like to see. I guess I should open it up. I should open it up for comments from the board, and then from comments from our committee, and for public comment as well, if there are any comments, and staff as well, anyone who would like to speak. Vice Chair Ms. Kelly.
I too tend to agree with you, Chair Walker, that we've had a really interesting year. Overall, as vice chair for the last year, it's been a learning experience, definitely in this forum. But I'd like to highlight that there have been some really good opportunities for us to understand more about transportation, the intersectionalities of transportation, how things like housing and water and spaces and wire, whether it's internet a lack of access to internet, how all those things mitigate outcomes for our Californians. And understanding that the EAC can be a vehicle for more narratives being raised in those areas where we do have the disparities, and raising the voices and elevating the people that are living in those spaces through these last year that we've been able to go to places like Bishop, Bakersfield, riding the train, different experiences that we've had that, for a better word, would not be available to others, but we were afforded that opportunity. And it really brings home the idea of how important this work is. And I've been really excited for the next year, looking forward to seeing what the EAC is going to transpire for the next upcoming years. So thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of your work this year. And we were definitely a tag team in regard to being at commission meetings. I mentioned it this morning, so I'll mention it now for the record, around just the work when we went to the town hall in Bishop, and the work leading up to that town hall, looking at issues around projects that just needed a little bit more work. And very proud to look at the Olancha Cartago Expressway project as one of those projects that we can take pride as an EAC, you know, whether it came as a resolution or not. It's the work of this committee that helped to bring to light how to make that a better project in the Eastern Sierras. The work that Member Martinez did around accessibility and roundabouts, and the presentations that she's done here at the committee, and all of the different work that we've been doing in different realms. We haven't, please use the space to share it out if you'd like, meaning right now, if you'd like to share something that you feel you are proud of. But I just want to say that that's something that we can all be proud of, is that as we're still looking for this, you know, secret answer of like what the EAC does and who we influence and how, we can point to the fact that we're already making impacts and be proud of that. And even today's agenda, from the middle mile presentation that we're going to hear, that Member Stewart has a lot of, you know, passion about and has put a lot of work and sweat equity into. We're going to hear about that today, as well as the work around CAPTI that is it Deputy Secretary Musabi? Yes, that titles that Darwin will be sharing with us later. Any other comments to the welcoming? Oh, I actually have Member Villegas Walker. I'm sorry. Hi, Cousin Walker.
Hey, Cousin Walker. I just wanted to thank you so much for your visionary and strategic leadership that's just been amazing in pulling this committee together and moving us forward. I think at the point in time that the committee was formed, we really didn't understand or have a good sense of what our mission was going to be, or where our areas of influence were going to be. And I think that you and the vice chair have done just a remarkable job in working with staff and marshaling us together as a committee. And I think without you, William, I truly believe this. Without you, I think we would still be kind of trying to figure out what our path is and where we can have influence as a committee. And I just want to let you know how grateful I am for your vision, your leadership, your efforts, and your energy on behalf of this committee, because I think that you in particular are key to our success. And I just wanted you to know that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Do I have any other virtual hands?
Not
No.
at this time.
Not this time. Member Martinez.
Okay. Well, Peggy Martinez here from Arcata, California. Really quickly to say, I've been on this committee now for a couple of years, and it is, I feel like we are like gaining some good traction. We are sort of identifying and codifying our mission and our vision. And that's super important as we move forward, because I think that California is the greatest state, actually. I do. And we do a lot. We create, we, the word just escaped my mind. We innovate. I mean, we are on the forefront of a lot throughout the country and globally. And this is a fantastic opportunity, as I see it, to really bring equity to the fore, and equity in a variety of ways, racial, disability equity, and accessibility, and all of it. So I just want to thank, everyone involved, the staff, all the committee members. I've, like William said, I have had some really good opportunities to present to you guys on things that I think are extremely important, like safety at roundabouts. And I'm going to just continue to bring these things forward to you, the committee. Take 5 minutes here and there to bring, really, to bring meaningful concerns to you. And this is a fantastic opportunity to do it. So I appreciate where I am at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Martinez. Did I have hands on my right? Nope. I'll just close by saying a big thank you to both Sequoia and Carolyn. You've really you've outdone yourselves, if that means anything. I hope it does. I'm not good with words all the time, but it's really been an honor to serve in this role. And I think that everyone would agree with me about the honor it is to serve the state of California and to really have an impact on transportation issues. And the two of you, I'm assuming, didn't quite know exactly what you were getting into. And here we are. Like we are here. We're still thriving, and considering of the discussion that we had this morning about how we want to shape equity, I'm very excited to see how we'll be able to encourage stakeholders and community members that are not always present to be here. And we also have two members of a sister council that are going to talk with us a little bit later about what that looks like in this realm in the Bay Area. But thank you both. And I think a round of applause is in order. And other leadership staff who I'm about to introduce as well. You deserve that. I won't be able to introduce Justin and Doug later, so I will also thank Justin and Doug. Like, you actually are the only reason we're sitting here, because no matter what we want to talk about, the agenda has to be posted 10 days in advance and has to be vetted, and we have to have a space to sit in. And from what I understand, that's y'all. That's you two. That's also Brandy. And it's probably other faces that I don't know that do that up at headquarters too. But I want to thank you and give you the moment right now. Give them a round of applause. And anything that staff would like to say at this point? I have a slide. Oh, oh, well, this slide, I really just wanted it to go up at the beginning of the high-speed rail update, but this slide does give you a sense of what some of the stuff that we've been up to. I'm hoping that I'll have a better slide for December, but this is me at the Hanford Kings Tulare station. It's not Hanford, but it's between Hanford and Visalia. And there have been a number of high-speed rail tours. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get one as this committee at some point. Hint, hint. But I do want to acknowledge the folks at high-speed rail who we'll be hearing from a little bit later today, because this system is running. Like, if you look at the trains that are running in San Jose, we're calling it, and from San Francisco to San Jose, we're calling it Caltrain, but those trains were made possible because of funding to high-speed rail. And it was just fun to be able to, I've seen the Hanford tour, and I'm hoping that I get to see other parts of the high-speed rail network, and there's still a lot of open houses. One happened just yesterday at Salesforce. So keep your eyes on that, and you'll hear more about that in a little bit. So, other remarks from staff? Is there public or any of my colleagues, virtually or in person? And public comment?
Chair, we've received no request to provide public comment for this item.
All right. Well, thank you for letting me indulge you. I kind of went over, but or indulging me rather. And what I'll do now is move into item number 4, and I'd like to take some time to introduce our executive leadership. You're also welcome to describe yourselves to folks who might not be able to see that. But before I hand it to Executive Director Tanisha Taylor, I also just want to thank, it's not easy for 3 different agencies that have 3 different things going on to come together and do this work. So I just want to, as I introduce you all, thank you all also for supporting this work. I mean, someone has to get us remediated and take it upstairs to make sure that, the work that we're doing is not just, an echo chamber, but like we're actually able to impact policies. And it was a feat for the 3 agencies to come together and do this. And I think it's an example of what you all plan to do moving forward and all the work that you do. So thank you all executives for allowing us to have this interagency committee. And I will hand it to Executive Director of the California Transportation Commission, Ms. Tanisha Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Walker. First, I just want to say I'm an African-American woman with freckles. I'm about 5'9". I'm wearing a bright pink blazer with white and pink dress. It's always an honor to sit here and to be part of this group and to communicate and to carry your voice forward into our policies at the commission. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I wanted to acknowledge you, Chair Walker, for your participation in that Alonta Cartago project. And when the commission was wrestling through that very tough conversation and really helping us to take a step back and then take a step forward to come back with in partnership with Caltrans with a project that heard the voices of the tribes and the committee. And so that is in real time, the power of the committee and the power of participation. And so thank you. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate how we'll continue to work forward together.
Thank you. And to our Undersecretary at CalSTA, California State Transportation Agency, I will introduce Mr. Mark Tollison.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Walker. Really appreciate it. I'm of mixed race, have a dark brown hair, wearing a blue quarter zip sweater over a checkered shirt. Just really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Really appreciated the reflections of you, Chair, as well as the committee. Just thinking back of kind of where we started, and we had a little bit of a slow start, but I think we're kind of hitting our stride as a committee, and really just appreciate all the work and the input that you all have put in for a lot of the things that we're working on as an agency, our strategic plan, which I'm really hoping that this body can keep us accountable, hold us to what we put on paper. And as we move forward, things like our anti-displacement memo that you all had an integral part of, as well as CAPTI, which you'll hear about later today. So our climate action plan for transportation infrastructure. So I think there's just a lot of opportunities to weigh in. And I think it's always just helpful to hear from you all kind of what you're feeling, how you're thinking about transportation projects in the state. And it just gives us an opportunity to take that back and really do better as government. So just really appreciate, again, this forum, appreciate everyone's time that you put into this committee.
Thank you very much. And I will now go to our one of our virtual attendees, our Chief Deputy Director at Caltrans, Mike Keever. Hi, Mike.
Hello, Chair Walker. Thank you. Pleasure to join you. I'm a white male with black frame glasses, short beard, white shirt, blue tie, and a suit jacket today. And my pleasure to join you. It's really fantastic, I think, to hear the reflections on all of this. I agree with Undersecretary Tollison and with you, Chair Walker, and Vice Chair Ms. Kelly, that we're making progress. Although I really want to thank all of you as well, because sometimes it feels like we're hitting a stride, but I know at times it's been a slog, right? It's been difficult, and we're at it. We're still at it, right? And I just want to express my appreciation for the trust and faith that even when things are difficult, we continue to work together, because this is a very, very important role that you play in helping us to create that equitable transportation space, to provide that accessibility for all. And so, again, my appreciation for you all, and for everything that you've done, and for the hard work that's gotten into getting us there as our trailblazers. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And what I will do now is hand it over to our interagency team, and I'll hand it to our senior advisor, Carolyn Abrams. I'm trying to give respect to these titles. You guys do hard work. So yeah.
And they're all long titles, so kudos. Thank you, Chair Walker. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to see folks here in person, to see everyone online. I'm Carolyn Abrams. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm the Senior Advisor on Race and Equity in the Caltrans Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs. I'm a white woman in my mid-30s. I have short brown hair. I'm about 5'7", and today I'm wearing a white sweater and black pants. And my hair is big today.
Banging.
Great. I want to start by thanking the committee leadership and also our interagency team from Caltrans CTC and CalSTA. Our executive leadership continue to participate in these conversations, and I think their presence is noted and very much valued. So thank you to all of you. The most significant update that we'd like to cover today is for the 2025 Equity Advisory Committee application process. And I'll spend the majority of my time with that update covering not only the process and the timeline, but what you can expect with appointments and things like that. So I think that will benefit everyone here. And before I even dive into this, I just want to flag it for you all that we encourage you to share this with your networks. You all have vast networks throughout the state, and we want to make sure that we get the word out far and wide. So the application period for the EAC officially launched last week on October 15th. The call for applications will remain open for approximately 2 months, closing with a final deadline of December 1st. CalSTA issued a press release on October 15th, and Caltrans and CTC have been circulating that. We've also done social media posts and stakeholder emails to accompany the press release, and we will continue to do those about every 2 to 3 weeks to keep it on people's radar. And additionally, we are sharing the information with all of you today, and want you to reapply as you're terming out if that suits you, and also, again, spread this to your networks. So I'm going to first cover some of the important information about the application process itself. So all members that are terming out must reapply to be reappointed to a second term. In theory, that means we have potentially 12 open seats. So if that speaks to you and you want to seek a second term, please, we encourage you to reapply. And in terms of some notable changes with the application itself, the selection committee, this is not a change, I apologize, but I'll go through some of the notable changes. But to start, the selection committee will be comprised of representatives from CalSTA, CTC, and Caltrans. And then as far as the changes moving into this process, for the first section of the application, the applicant names will be redacted during the review, and this will allow for a more anonymous review of the applicants. The selection committee will also include an external reviewer for the second portion of the application, and that will allow us to get just an external perspective beyond our interagency coalition. We're also going to do reference checks, which we think is a really valuable way to get some additional insight into the qualities of these candidates. And then finally, there will be an opportunity for the top candidates to interview with us. And that way, we can capture some additional information from your perspective beyond what's included in the application. In terms of representation on the advisory committee, we continue to seek representation from priority populations throughout the state of California, particularly those who are historically underrepresented in these spaces. And these groups include people with disabilities, people representing migrant or agricultural worker communities, tribal members, people from underrepresented geographies such as rural and unincorporated areas, and the list goes on. So efforts in addition to that will be made to enhance collaboration between the EAC and many of the other advisory bodies that exist throughout the state. And this ideally will help us build stronger relationships, leverage your expertise, leverage their expertise, and sustain that engagement since you all are in this work of equity. And some examples of that are the Native American Advisory Committee and the Disability and Aging Community Living Advisory Committee. All right, bear with me. I'm going to preview a little bit of what you can expect in the application. Section 1 is going to be focused more on, collecting demographic information, identifying geographic and community representation, and just assessing some initial qualifications. And then you can expect a really robust second section of this application, which is really an opportunity for applicants to share their personal and professional experience as it relates to this work. In terms of the timeline, staff and the selection committee will be reviewing applications in early December. So after the applications close December 1st, that first week and a half will be spent doing application review. Top candidates will be identified and then interviews will be conducted December 16th, 17th, and 18th. That's noted on the application so that folks can really save the date and make sure that their calendar has some time available. And then finally, CalSTA, Caltrans, and CTC executives will provide final approval of the nominees. That's going to happen in early January. And then that tees us up for the January commission meeting, which is where the membership will receive final approval. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to share more details today. I have one additional update unrelated to the application, so I'm going to cover that, and then I'll pause for questions. So as we round out the year and start planning ahead, we have heard from several members that there's a need for a business portion of the December executive meeting in order to take action on any outstanding items or committee business before we close out the year. So staff would like to offer this as an option. It's not mandatory, but we can make it happen. And this would take place the morning of December 4th at the meeting in Riverside. And this would be prior to the afternoon portion, which is when the executives and commissioners will be in attendance. So just keep this in mind as we move through the agenda today, particularly for anything that has a really short timeline and needs the committee's attention before the end of the year. So I am looking forward to today's conversation. With that, I will turn it over to you, Chair Walker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge that makes your day like a 14-hour day. And I'm sorry about that, but I'm very appreciative that you all see the importance of why we might need to do that. Questions from my fellow colleagues? Chair, I'm sorry. Well, you are a chair at your committee, as in Member Villegas Walker. And you are muted if you're speaking. So go ahead and unmute and here you are.
I was testing to see if you were getting my sign language or. Okay, so Carolyn, thank you for that. It is the expectation that the interviews would be in person.
Great question. No, the interviews will be conducted virtually.
Very good. And could we have those dates one more time, please?
Absolutely. December 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Okay, very good. Just in time for my Christmas shopping.
And they would be no more than probably 30-minute interviews. So small snippet of time.
Great. Thank you so much.
Other questions or comments from my panel of fellow members? Public comment.
We have no request for public comment on this item.
Great. Well, considering that was an information item, thank you for the information. And one more thing. Oh, is it Sequoia? No, who?
Oh, no. Thank you, Connie. No, I covered it and I think we're good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're really in sync today. Isn't that cute? No, I'm just because sometimes we know sometimes the road gets rough up here, but today it's working. We're running a little late, and I want to be respectful to our guests. And clearly, we wrangled you both in because we want you to apply to our committee, and that's why we made you wait 10 minutes to present. But let me introduce both Mr. Johnny Parker, who is the chair of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission Policy Advisory Council, and of the Equity and Access Subcommittee, and member of the Policy Advisory Council and of the subcommittee, Dwayne Hankerson. They're both here, and I just want to apologize to you both because I think that because we had such a long meeting, I walked right past you, and I feel really guilty that if you weren't welcomed properly, it was just there's a lot going on today, and I apologize. So why don't y'all come on up? And I'll just briefly say I don't know these two gentlemen very well, so I can't give their bio, and I was too I guess I should have asked for that and I didn't do that, but yeah, so hopefully you can give us that. And I just want to thank you both. The reason I did invite these two esteemed gentlemen to our committee is we spent the morning talking about how we can bring more of a intention to the work of the Equity Advisory Committee, and wanted to invite two folks that are on a sister type committee here in the Bay Area, and give you two the opportunity to share with us your experiences. So yeah, we can give them a round of applause. So please tell us a bit about yourselves, and you can also tell us what you're wearing, and go ahead, please.
All right, good afternoon, Interagency Equity Advisory Committee and Chair Walker. My name is Johnny Parker. I'm an African-American male. I'm wearing a burgundy shirt, and I represent the people of color community in Solano County for the Policy Advisory Council. I also vice chair the Equity Access Committee. Let's see, what else can I add? My professional career is in public library, so I manage a library in the town of Vacaville. I would also like to introduce Dwayne Hankerson. He represents the disabled community of Solano County for our same organization.
Thank you. And thank you for having us in your wonderful county too.
My name is Dwayne Hankerson. I'm an African-American male. I'm a senior African-American male. I'm wearing my favorite gray suit, and I identify as he or him. I did have a few comments. My name is Dwayne Hankerson, as I said. I'm a member of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission Advisory Council. The mission of the council is to advise the Metropolitan Transportation Commission on transportation policies in the Bay Area, incorporating diverse perspectives relating to the environment, the economy, and social equity. Council members come from across the Bay Area's 9 counties. We bring the perspectives of people with disabilities, transit-dependent folks, and residents of the underserved communities. We also support protecting the environment and keeping the region's economy running smoothly. We also have subcommittees associated with the advisory's body, like the Regional Network Management Customer Advisory Group, made up of representatives of the advocacy organizations, MTC's Policy Advisory Council, and local governments. They provide diverse perspectives, customer perspectives, to the Regional Network Management Committee, which basically is charged with bringing the areas together, uniting us with common fares, maps, schedules, brands, and a new approach spurred by the pandemic. We also have an Equity and Access Subcommittee, where I serve, and my colleague, Mr. Johnny Parker Jr., serves as vice chair. The Equity and Access Subcommittee focuses on increasing access to opportunities for all. The council's membership is structured around interests related to the economy, the environment, social equity. The 27 members either work or have an academic or volunteer background in the subject, are extremely familiar with the related issues and with their experience, their life experience. Imagine a platform that transforms how we approach the transportation planning, ensuring that every voice, especially those from historically unrepresented communities, are heard and valued. This is the essence of the equity platform at the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. The equity platform is not just a set of tools, it is a philosophy that guides our daily actions and decisions. It empowers us to strategically plan and invest, design projects, engage with the community, deliver projects, communicate and market, and evaluate projects. At the heart of the equity platform are core beliefs. Racism is real. Equity starts at the community level. Equity is intersectional. The platform operates on 4 key pillars: listen and learn, define and measure, focus and deliver, and train and grow. In July 2022, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission took a significant step toward embedding equity into the core operation by establishing the Office of Accessibility, Culture, and Racial Equity. This office is dedicated to supporting, tracking, and resourcing equity initiatives across all departments, ensuring that every aspect of the agency's work is aligned with the commitment to equity. MTC's commitment to equity and access is not new. Since the early 2000s, MTC has invested nearly $300 million in partnerships with county transportation agencies, transit operators, and human and social service providers. These investments have been focused on investing in mobility for low-income individuals, seniors, and people with disabilities. The longstanding dedication to access, equity, and mobility reflects the collaborative effort of the Commission's transit operators and advocacy groups to create a more inclusive transportation system. Through these initiatives, MTC is not just talking about equity, is actively implementing it and ensuring that all community members have access and resources and access to resources and opportunities that they need to thrive.
Great. And I'm assuming that's it. That's it. So,
Yep.
I want to clap. I think that's huge. No, stay here. And I actually want to, can I snap a photo of you two? Great. Because I want to document this. We have a photographer here, but I want to document this. Yeah. So I'm going to document you guys. What I want to, yes, please. So Member Stewart, as I capture them, please go.
I was gonna say, could you repeat those 4 pillars? I loved them.
Racism is real, and it must be acknowledged and dismantled. Equity starts at the community level, and equity is intersectional, recognizing that the internet connectivity and the nature of social categorizations.
May we place your remarks on our website?
Those are actually on the MTC's website.
Ah, okay. Hey, well, we'll put them there on ours too. Vice Chair Armis Kelly.
First of all, that was a mouthful. Thank you so much for coming so well prepared. I especially like the 4 statements: listen and learn, deliver and measure, train and grow, and focus and deliver. They're very intentional, and we create a onus of responsibility. If you're stating them, you have to support the actual outcome. So I appreciate that. We were having discussions this afternoon about equity, and that really just kind of wraps up a lot of those thoughts that we had earlier. And I thank you for coming, and I look forward to hearing more about the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. More questions, stay still. Executive Director Tanisha Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming. It's always inspirational when we can collaborate with other groups like this one to hear and learn. My question is really just to hear more about you and what you're proud of in the work that you've done so that we can hear what you all are doing, you can hear what we're doing, and we can start to build those relationships across our groups.
Sure. Well, let me give example of I guess what I represent within this committee. You know, there's always a lot of challenges that happens just living in the Bay Area, and so you've probably noticed that there's been a lot of construction going around. The far left side of just about any highway, they are installing some express lanes, and so we know that there's going to be questions, you know, how much is all of this going to cost? And so what we had been doing is kind of striving for some kind of equity in regards to, you know, allowing people to be able to travel, maybe possibly with some kind of incentive or discount. So there was a pilot program that happened that a lot of us were behind. I think it was a 12-month pilot program that started I believe it was April of 2023 until March of 2024. What we did was we have people apply as long as they met certain ramifications. I believe you have to be 200% of the federal poverty level, which in this area averages out to about a household of 60,000 annually. And so if you apply, you would get approved and you can travel for the pilot program, just on that area, the I-880 corridor, for up to 50%. So you know, there's a lot of determinations that go into that. It depends on your household, how many people are actually traveling. So it ranged, and so we're still in the process of kind of approving that and seeing how it was going. But a lot of us were kind of championing that because again, we wanted that equity. So anytime that something comes up like this, we're always kind of raising our hand and we're like, well, wait a minute. What about people who you know are kind of struggling, people who are forced to commute long commutes, crossing a bridge, and living further and further away. So that's it, and that's one of the reasons why I definitely wanted to apply to be a part of this membership. Being originally from San Francisco, leaving to join the military, coming back, things changed so much. I was like, what in the world is going on here? And I'm a product of that. I live way out here instead of where I'm from. So Dwayne.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parker. Mr. Hankerson.
On the commission, the advisory commission, I represent the disabled people for Solano County. I also am a part of Solano County's Paratransit Coordinating Committee. And one of the things that we're working on and that I'm trying to get the East Bay Area counties to agree with is the One Ride program, where if you have to go to the hospital and your hospital is located in a different county, you can present one card and you can take one ride and you can take one fare and you're guaranteed that one ride this way on their way back. That's something that I feel is really important. I work with some of the people in this building trying to get that to happen. Other things about me, for the last 30 years, I've worked in public housing. I've worked in public administration for the Section 8 program, affordable housing, and to see that transportation is finally trying to connect with the people that it needs to connect with. Like, we need to have like public housing where the transportation is so that you are able to support your family. And like Mr. Parker was saying, for me, like it was not enough for just 200% percentile. I needed it to be middle class and upper middle class people. And the program needs to extend not only to just like the really, really poor people, but also people that need the help. Because I'm one of those people that I moved here and I worked in Oakland. So I would catch the bus right there at 5 o'clock in the morning to get to work at 8 o'clock. And I know what it's like. I know how it feels. So that's a little bit about me. Like if you have any questions, just let me know. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you all sharing yourselves with us.
Other comments from the board? Member Rousey.
Thank you. I really like that one ride across counties and one ride back. I think it's a great program and would like to see it expanded. And thank you for sharing with us your experiences and what you do. Thank you.
Member Stewart? No. Okay, sorry.
I was just going.
Okay, great. I'd just like to echo the one ride. My mom moved from Newark, New Jersey to Daly City, not to San Francisco, to Daly City. She eventually moved to San Francisco, but before that, she lived in Crescent Park in Richmond. So
I'm sorry to stop you.
yeah.
I managed Crescent Park.
Okay, so she was paying her rent to you. Yes. And so,
Sorry.
yeah, so I mean, the reason that the two of you being here is so important is this is the type of connection that I want us to foster in the equity work that we do, because that's how small the circle really is. And my mom, when she ended up in San Francisco, where one of her aunts lived, that aunt moved to Richmond. And so I've always had to cross county lines just to stay connected with my family. And not only should we be looking at one card, but we make folks transfer paratransit at Daly City BART. Oh, so it's covering that. Okay, great. Because Daly City BART, it's a great destination if you're trying to get on BART, but if you're not getting on BART, why are we making people transfer to finish their rides? And so I'm glad that that's something that you're all working on. I want to continue this type of relationship, not just between us, but to look at all the other regions in California so that we can have this cross-pollination. And really happy to have you both here, and hope that we can also do that same information share if you'd like one of us to come to your meetings, and just keep the dialogue, because I think that a lot of the ideas that we're seeking, they're already out there. And if we all just aligned, we could fuse them together and save staff a lot of time and move things forward. Yeah. Great. So thank you both.
And thank you for having it.
All right.
Chair Walker,
Yes.
there were no requests for public comment on that.
Thank you for keeping me honest. So no public comment. We're gonna go ahead and move to item number 6, which is the approval of August meeting minutes. I hope you all had a chance to take a look at that. Do I have a motion?
A motion to approve.
Moved by Vice Chair Ms. Kelly,
I'll second it, Michelle Rousey.
seconded by Member Rousey. Any discussion, meaning any problems with the minutes? If not, I will hand it to Assistant Clerk Hall to follow for this vote.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Ms. Kelly,
Aye.
Alexandria Contreras, Ana Gonzalez, Herb Hastings, Gloria Huerta,
Present.
Is the vote in support of the item, approving the item?
My apologies. Approval.
Peggy Martinez,
Aye.
Amber Novi, Andres Ramirez,
Aye.
Michelle Rousey, Connie Stewart,
Aye.
Randy Torres Van Vleck, Cheryl Villegas Walker,
Yes.
Christine Williams, Chair Walker.
Aye.
Chair, the item is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, one reminder, and I think we've been doing well with this, so that's why I haven't said it yet, but just to keep in mind, Paula and Amelia are our sign language interpreters. There might be more, but those are the two names I've seen so far. So when we're speaking, to make sure that we are speaking at a pace that they can translate. So there might also be Spanish translators as well, another language. So if we could just speak clearly and not too rapidly. Moving to item number 8. If you ever thought we were never early, here we are. Oh, did I go? We're not that early. Item number 7 is public comment for items not on the agenda. And I do believe in transparency. It was just I missed that line. So right now we're asking for public comment, and we're asking for members of the public either in person here in the or online. You'll have 2 minutes to speak to any items that are not on the agenda for today. And I'll just quickly remind folks what is on the agenda for the rest of today. We have a CalSTA status update and 3 recommendations for the climate action plan for transportation infrastructure. We have an information item on middle mile and last mile broadband from our Department of Technology and the Public Utilities Commission. We also have a high-speed rail informational presentation. We have a workshop update on the equity visioning workshop we had this morning, a subcommittee update from our three committee chairs, because our 4th committee is not meeting right now, and also member reports, our meeting calendar, and our closing. So if you're not speaking to those items, this is now your time to speak. Clerk, do I have any public commenters virtually?
Chair Walker, we're not seeing anyone indicating they want to speak on this item.
Thank you, Clerk Remedios and Interim Deputy Director Remedios. Anyone in the room have public comment? Seeing none, now we are as early as I said we are. We're moving to item number 8. Item number 8 is our CalSTA status update, a committee recommendations for the climate action plan for transportation infrastructure. If you've been playing our game, if you've been here all year, you will know that this committee helped to draft a letter to Secretary Toksama Shankin and staff at CalSTA regarding the recommendations from this committee on how we should be moving forward our infrastructure plans for the state of California. And so I'd like to invite Deputy Director Darwin Musavi, who leads up. It's here. I have it. He leads the Deputy Secretary of Environmental Policy, Housing Coordination for CalSTA, the State Transportation Agency. I will hand it to you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, committee, for having me. My name is Darwin Musavi. I use he, him pronouns. I have light brown skin, black hair, a beard, short beard, wearing a light blue shirt and a navy blue jacket, and really excited to be here. As mentioned, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Environmental Policy and Housing at CalSTA, and I am the lead for our Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, also known as CAPDI. Really excited to be back here to chat with all of you on CAPDI again, and really appreciate all the work that you all have done to hold your subcommittee meetings and provide us with a letter. As Chair Walker mentioned, wanted to hold this time and space to update you on what we've done with the letter and give you an update of how the letter's influenced our thinking as we undergo our CAPDI update, an update to CAPDI. Could go to the next slide, please. So before I dive into the details of the letter, I wanted to take a moment and get everyone kind of up to speed and a reminder of what CAPTI is and what we're doing. But instead of doing that in a traditional way where I just go through the policy document itself, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what CAPTI has done and the impacts on communities as a way to ground us all in the work that we're talking about here. Next slide, please. So just to start off and to talk about one aspect of the impact of CAPTI, many of you may be familiar with our Reconnecting Communities Highways to Boulevards pilot program. That was a program that was originally called for in the original CAPTI as one of the original action items. It then went on to be funded through the governor's budget. And we have now reached the point where we've selected 3 communities that Caltrans is partnering with to deliver those projects. The pilot program was established in 2021 to plan and fund conversion of underutilized highways into multimodal corridors to reconnect communities divided by transportation infrastructure. A key part of these investments, which shows that climate work can also be equity work, is really developing these projects in collaboration with communities. So as you may have heard me say, we have selected 3 communities, not 3 projects, which I think is very, very important to note that the difference, the projects themselves, the investments will be co-created through that process with community members. Just to illustrate what's here on the screen, one of the projects is in National City. The proposed project aims to address barriers caused by the 805 corridor in that community, and the community is really interested in making sure that bicycle and pedestrian connections and transit improvements are made in that community, as well as creation of park space. And there's a photo on the slide that shows community members in National City doing a land acknowledgement ceremony on the land that they're reclaiming from a highway to hopefully one day be a community park. Next slide, please. In terms of other kind of impacts on the ground of CAPTI, the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, which is one of the key programs funded through SB1 and administered by the California Transportation Commission. The last cycle of Solutions for Congested Corridors saw 10 projects at over $500 million of investments. All 10 of those projects were multimodal in nature and included various transportation elements, walking, biking, transit components, as well as highway components for some. In comparison to the previous cycle, where only 4 of the 7 included those elements and only 5 of 9 in the first cycle. So a huge shift there in terms of really thinking about the needs of all users and elevating projects that really touch on all users of the system. The photo here is one of the example projects that was funded last round, which is the Bay Skyway project, which will link Oakland and the East Bay with Treasure Island and San Francisco via pedestrian and bicycle path. Next slide, please. And then another example is through our Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, which again, also a CTC SB1 program that funds key freight corridor improvement projects to help move freight and help goods movement throughout the state. Specifically, the last cycle of TSEP due to CAPTI was updated to include incentives to not only move that freight, but move it cleanly and to support zero emission infrastructure projects as part of the freight improvement program. And then, one thing that I think we saw that was really interesting is that the program also put a huge focus on ensuring that there weren't unintended consequences or harms for local community members. And as part of funding those mitigations or various components of the projects, without directly putting anything in the guidelines that incentivized active transportation, but instead thinking about community, we saw a 40% increase, or 40% of projects, had active transportation improvements bundled with their freight improvements as part of those projects. So we started to see a much more holistic lens in terms of how people were putting projects together to think about community impacts as well as the freight needs in applying for the TSUB program. Next slide, please. So just wanted to provide that as a bit of background as to the impact that this work really can have in our communities and how our programs are changing over time to really address community needs and climate change at the same time. So as we think about this next update of CAPDI, we want to continue to build on this work, find other opportunities to move this work further. Again, the initial set of 34 actions were a starting place to implement the overall CAPDI framework. And so really appreciate the partnership with all of you to identify where can we be doing more. If you could go to the next slide, please. So just a quick recap of the engagement we've done with you all. CalSTA staff provided an overview of draft CAPDI plan to solicit input. At the first EAC, it says CAPDI subcommittee meeting here, but I believe it's your climate. I forget what the other words are in the subcommittee name, but climate and safety subcommittee. Thank you for that meeting in July of 2024. The subcommittee developed draft recommendation letter to CalSTA, and then that was further discussed without CalSTA present to refine and put together recommendations that were ultimately adopted in the August 2024 meeting and provided to us. So since then, we incorporated the EAC feedback into a new set of draft actions that were taken to a set of workshops, public workshops in September. I know some of you were able to attend those, so thanks so much for attending. And then we've since then made further updates based on workshop feedback for a set of draft actions and descriptions that will be presented at the joint CTC CARB HCD meeting in November and be made public prior to that meeting. Our current aim for a posting for that is by November 1st for the set of draft actions. Next slide, please. So now I just want to go through point by point of your letter and respond to kind of how we've taken that feedback back and how we've incorporated into that set of draft actions that will be available on November 1st. So the first three recommendations we received from you all, I've kind of grouped together here because I think they're really around the theme of process and how to improve processes. So I wanted to address those together. The first one was to streamline and standardize community engagement to ensure we're reaching populations who have not yet been engaged. You also asked us on community engagement efforts that there should be a collaborative endeavor between state agencies and local community-based organizations. And then thirdly, to allocate funding to CBOs working on displacement mitigation strategies. So I want to just start off by saying, I was really pleased to see the level of kind of synchronization we have on the issues that we're thinking about. These are all issues that I can say all three of our agencies have been grappling with over the last few years. Funding community-based organizations in particular is something that I think a lot of state agencies have been very interested in, and to be completely frank, very challenged with in terms of finding pathways to do that. So some of what we're doing and the work that's happening. So support for community-based organizations is a key priority of CalSTA and our partner state agencies. We do have efforts ongoing to explore opportunities for CBO compensation. There's work happening through the Health and All Policies Task Force that some of you may be aware of as well as through other avenues. Internally to CalSTA and working with Caltrans, we have efforts underway to identify specific legislative barriers and pathways to provide a more systemic solution to the issue. So that's something we're also pursuing. And then as part of initial CAPDI actions, we've also been doing a lot of work. Caltrans has developed a set of equitable community engagement trainings, guidance, and best practices. You have previously received, I believe, an update on the Caltrans Public Engagement Portal. They're now also I believe about to publish a public engagement a interim public engagement playbook that you were also briefed on that will provide guidance for Caltrans districts and how to really engage community members. So lots of work happening in this space, but do want to acknowledge that we hear you on the funding component for CBOs, and that's something that we're interested in working on and will continue to pursue. Also, given that there was a specific tie here to mitigation, I did want to mention the CalSTA anti-displacement memo, which was also discussed here that outlines engagement best practices and will continue to be implemented. So that's also a related body of work. So in this space, generally just a lot of various ongoing work that's happening, and we would love to come back in the future if you all were interested and update you on those various pieces as you see fit. Next slide, please. So the next recommendation was around outlining goals to make sure our transit systems are integrated, are as integrated as the state highway system. This is a really important one, and we certainly take this work seriously, and we're doing a lot of this work at an agency level as well as in our departments. So some of you may be aware that SB 960 was just signed on September 27th. By the governor, which requires Caltrans, amongst other components of the bill, requires Caltrans to create a transit priority policy. And so in terms of this work, there are key deadlines in the bill in terms of when to accomplish that work by. We're really interested at CalSTA, as well as through the work we've been doing through our Transit Transformation Task Force, and expediting that work as much as possible. And hopefully being able to surpass some of the deadlines provided in the bill as well. So I think that's of key importance. The transit priority policy and the work that would happen through SB 960 implementation, I think, would play a key step in doing exactly what this action calls for, which is thinking about how to think about transit and transit services as not only as robust of a network or as integral as the state highway system itself, and be putting a policy in place for Caltrans to have kind of key responsibilities through all of its units in terms of how they think about transit and transit planning. So we're really excited about that. SB 125, which is legislation from a couple years ago that provided funding for transit agencies, as well as created the Transit Transformation Task Force, which CalSTA is currently leading. That work will also lead to further improvements in terms of transit system integration. And I know we've chatted prior about linkages between that work and this group as well. So we very much want to continue that connection and make sure that your input is heard through that process as well. And then additionally, we have statewide efforts such as the California Integrated Travel Project, also known as CalITP, to streamline transit payment systems and improve rider experience. As was mentioned earlier, I think a key part of this is, not just integration on the back end when we're thinking about the systems that we run, but the user experience and how to ensure that not only do people get one ride, as we were talking about, but have ease of access to payments in terms of how they decide to pay, both in terms of not only open payments and making it more accessible to be able to access transit just using your phone with Google Pay or Apple Pay, but also thinking about the unbanked when we think about equity and how that factors into this work. So next slide, please. The next recommendation was to deepen goals for ensuring equity of access, especially for those living in rural, low-income, and tribal areas. This area in particular, I wanted to highlight that in response to EAC feedback, there are 3 new proposed CAPTI draft actions to focus on delivering equitable outcomes for vulnerable populations in this upcoming draft that will be released on November 1st. So much of those other areas, we had other ongoing streams of work that we had going. Here, we're committing to some additional work through CAPTI. One would be to strengthen existing SP1 program guidelines to better account for environmental justice impacts of projects. This work is already happening. There's a lot of work that's happened to really embed equity in SP1 programs, but we wanted to put a further focus on environmental justice considerations in particular as we think about the next round of program guidelines. And so to really think about what more can we be doing there to improve our programs. We also want to work on improving technical assistance to tribal governments. This is work that Caltrans has been committed to for a long time now, but to take a more systemic look at how do we work with our tribal governments to not only, the end goal being, obviously improving access to our funding and assisting tribal governments in accessing that funding. But before we get there, how do we create a process where we're really working with tribal governments to identify what all the barriers are more systemically to be able to get to that end goal. And then one item that I'm really excited about that I think is a huge step forward for our work on displacement is that we're proposing creating a new Caltrans Director's Policy for Displacement that aims to avoid future housing takings in disadvantaged communities. We often talk about indirect displacement and gentrification, and then we also talk about the historic impacts of highway development on communities. But something I think we don't acknowledge enough is that we still have ongoing impacts and displacement impacts from transportation projects, direct displacement and property takings today. So how do we create guidance that aims to avoid those takings, particularly housing in disadvantaged communities? What's the process for that? How do we have a uniform process in terms of what are the considerations in which you must go through in order to really think about those property takings? So really excited to propose that work in this upcoming CAPTA update. Next slide, please. And then I believe the last recommendation that we had from all of you was to establish equity of fees across the state. So I know this is a fairly broad statement and it can be tackled in various ways. One aspect of this work, which I think ties to what was brought up earlier by our speakers as well, is we have a new proposed action in the draft CAPTI plan around creating an express mobility action plan, a statewide express mobility action plan that really defines the role of roadway pricing and in particular how it can help us with our climate change goals. And in that, we want to really center and include equity best practices and have this really be about, as locals and regions are thinking about pricing on various projects, how does the state really take a leadership role on the equity piece to really talk about how you do this in an equitable way in consultation with our roadway pricing working group? But in the action language, we've also written in the Equity Advisory Committee. I think you all will play a key role in making sure that work is really thinking about equity. So obviously, all of our actions as you see fit, we would love to bring to the committee and have a discussion, but this one, I think we thought it was important to acknowledge that it's a requirement for that work to come here. And I believe that might be our last one. Next slide, please. So that's kind of a summary of the recommendations and how we're incorporating the feedback. Again, as a reminder, that we'll be posting the actions and descriptions on November 1st. There will be a presentation kind of detailing this work on November 7th at the Joint CARB CTC HCE meeting, and we're hoping to release the final plan after another set of public comments that will happen in the November-December timeframe. Hope to release the final plan in early 2025. So with that, thank you again for letting me come to the meeting here and respond to you all in terms of how we've incorporated your feedback. And thanks again for engaging in this. And I'm happy to take any questions anyone has.
Great, thank you, Deputy Secretary. I think Member Stewart has a question. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Member Stewart.
Thanks. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm gonna try not to get in trouble with my colleagues back in Arcata who were lucky enough to be one of the 3 projects. But y- we had an earlier conversation this morning about the range of equity and outreach, and I would say Peggy probably would agree with me. Let's get more robust on the equity around some of those projects. I think we have a lot to learn about outreach, especially on the North Coast and in rural communities. We want to help you, help us. I was really impressed with some of the equity outreach of the other projects, and we don't have a robust setting there. And I'm gonna get, like I said, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble for saying that out loud, but hold us accountable, please. Especially, I also just want to mention the fact that one of the comments I've heard is those grants were really expensive to put together. And I was contacted by some of the tribes in the region. And they mentioned like they would love to apply for more projects, but they don't have the capacity around grant writing. So I was really glad to see that slide. Anything we can do around technical assistance to give them a leg up, because in a lot of cases, it's more influential communities who are writing the right language around being inclusive that are getting the grants, and not the real folks on the ground. So, and I work at the university and have grant writers. Anything I can do to help on that. If you hear of tribes, especially in rural communities or in the region, that need assistance, let me partner with you to get them the assistance so that their projects can get included in this too. And I should be clear, it's not the agencies that I'm concerned about. I just know that when I read in the newspaper that there was a group advocating that we cap the city and turn it into a dog park. I was like, that's a really expensive cap for a dog park. And, when in the application, we talked about housing and land back and other really important issues. And I just worried that community engagement was going towards more wealthy people who were actually going to attempt to make sure that equity wasn't on top of the cap. So it's not the agencies I'm concerned about. It's like that we need assistance on outreach techniques, I think is what I'm trying to say. Like I said, I just really want to thank you for your efforts. I want to thank you for really taking that letter to heart too, as well, and coming back to us. You guys have been fantastic partners. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could real quick, Member Stewart, really appreciate you raising all of that, and happy to go back and get in touch with our Caltrans and district partners on the Reconnected Communities program in particular to see what assistance we can provide. And I think this is what makes this dialogue great, because some of these types of issues, we may not hear about in terms of what's happening on the ground in a particular community. So really appreciate that. And thank you for your offer. We'll try to not take you up on it on the grant writing, but just it's great to hear about that issue as well. And that's exactly right in terms of why that technical assistance piece is being put into our work. It takes resources to get resources, and we need to make sure that folks are supported in that. So thank you for that.
Member Ramirez, followed by Vice Chair Amos Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to applaud all the different policies and programs that are being brought forward by CAPTA. I do think this is a step forward. I also think there's opportunities to really have a real engaging conversation when we're talking about equity. Two things that come to mind for me. One, I think when on the conversation of transportation being connected, I really like that concept, especially statewide. But inevitably, conversations around public transit runs into the conversation around safety and what safety is defined as. Typically, at least in our experience, has been safety is criminalizing people of color, right? So I think what are the opportunities to engage enforcement agencies, right? On making sure that these conversations are being had ahead of time, right? Of what it is that the goal of this connectivity. I think that'd be a great opportunity. The other piece I did want to bring up on and I really like the piece around having a policy around displacement, right, and displacement avoidance. I think that's a very important, and I'm glad that y'all heard us on that piece. I think the only thing that would ask is there opportunities to not only discuss, acquisition of properties, right, but also a conversation of job creation through projects being implemented in certain areas. I think that's an often overlooked piece of the conversation around displacement, right? Affordability of housing, the housing market is hard to control, but it's because jobs are not keeping up with the housing prices, right? So if there are jobs that are being able to create to build all this amazing stuff, all this infrastructure, all these programs to operate, maintain, all of it, I think that'd be an important data point to keep track of. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that and encouraging us to be even more holistic in terms of the law enforcement piece and the workforce development piece. We'll certainly take that back. Thank you.
Vice Chair Scully.
Again, very good report. Thank you so much for all the information. Just echoing a lot of what was already been said in the allocation of funding for the CBOs where you were talking about the update. I can't stress again that the CBOs want to help with the outreach and we need to make it more tangible so that CBOs can actually assist and work with you in said outreach. Oftentimes you don't need to recreate a program. They're already connected to the community and really making it accessible. Again, for the TAC for tribal applications is so critical, but not so much the fact that you have technical assistance, but really making it user friendly. The application and having feedback to the applicants, and this goes straight across the board for any application. We need to have more dialogue with the applicants that are applying as to why they did not get the funding, how they could improve their application and make it more user-friendly so that they do get funded. Because oftentimes we have people that are like in the beginning phases of grant writing and they really are not experts yet, right? But they're trying because they have no other way of providing that opportunity for their community. So if we could get back to them and give them a little bit more feedback on how to better have better outcomes. And then lastly, I wanted to ask you also about the health in all policies. I kind of wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on that because in all of this aspect that we're talking about CAPTI, we're mentioning things like climate. And I as a climate and safety chair, I have to feel that we're connecting the dots in those areas of how are we going to mitigate outcomes with the changes in climate? How are we also going to be able to reduce contamination or pollution in those corridors that we are working on and expanding on? I'm all for jobs and I'm all for making sure that we have good corridors, but how can we mitigate that so that our Californian residents, they here that are part of this environment and landscape that we're growing in can be also considered for those health outcomes. Thank you.
Sure. I'll have Director Taylor first and then followed by Mr. Musavi.
I just want to offer something to the committee because Martha, you raised some really good points around how we engage and how we close the loop when our applicants are not successful. And one of the things that the commission does is we actually meet with each of the applicants and we walk them through their applications to tell them how they didn't do well. And so I'm happy to have our staff, if you guys will entertain us, to bring something to you to talk about the process that we go through with our applicants to say, here's what we're looking for, here's how these things score well, so that you can give us feedback as well in terms of helping them with community engagement or some of those other pieces that we're looking at as well.
And I think that's a really good, thank you for that, because I think that a lot of people want to apply And unfortunately, they're scared. I sit in a lot of these conversations with smaller groups and they ask, well, if the city applies for this and they tokenize a group that has an interest, right? Like you're talking about a dog park, they can mobilize quickly, fill out and dot the i's and cross the t's in a way that a small group could never acquiesce. So we need to create space for those that are not as learned or not in that capacity of being able to apply for that. And that does help close the loop by having more opportunities for people to see that we are inclusive, that this is how it can be done. You can overcome the situation, and we have the staff that will be able to come back and strengthen those ties. So I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Armis Kelly, for those comments. I just wanted you had a question about the health and all policies task force, so I wanted to elaborate on that further for folks who may not be aware. The California Department of Public Health, in partnership with the Strategic Growth Council, Health Equity Program, in partnership with the Public Health Institute, which is a non-state organization, runs the Health and All Policies Task Force that brings together interagency folks across the administration and really looking at how to embed health equity within our programs and policies across the state. So I just wanted to bring up yet another point for cross collaboration in terms of that work that exists there, and that's where my understanding is that they have been doing a lot of work and have a particularly I guess robust efforts to look at community-based organization compensation across state government and what are the barriers, and do a more holistic look in terms of what it'll take to overcome some of that work. So.
And then the question about the pollution and how is there a caveat or some type of way that that's being looped in? Because I think that as we expand, again, going back, we need to have those considerations for the people that are with asthma coming from the Central Valley, where 1 in 6 children have asthma. I know that we're eventually going to have to grow and be able to work upward, because we need to have that ability to shift movement of goods. And the corridors are changing. We're having that inland port. We're expanding. But are we looking into the research to create opportunities so that it'll, one, create more jobs, right? But also take the consideration of the health of those people that are in that Central Valley and other corridors as well. Thank you.
I'll certainly, yeah, I was gonna say, I can start and then have Director Taylor expand on how health considerations are in some of the SB1 programs, but more holistically, a lot of the other work that the Health and All Policies Task Force has been doing, and work that we've been doing across state government, is how do you exactly what you're saying, Vice Chair. How do you take health data and the public health inputs kind of across the state and really bring that into program policy decision making, so we're not just thinking about this from a more abstract air pollution perspective, but what are the health impacts on the ground, which communities are feeling them, and how do we really bring that into the work. There's various tools that they've developed that folks have been using in various places. I'm not the chief expert on this stuff, but happy to follow up on some of the work that's underway. But I don't know if there's anything that Director Taylor wanted to add.
Well, I do. A long time ago in my career, I was an air quality planner. And so some of the things that tie back to the commission's programs, Caltransit's programs, or CalSTA's programs, is that when the California Air Resources Board develops their air quality plan, they don't just look at what are today's conditions on the ground. There are projections made by the regional transportation agencies. There are projections made by industries. There are projections made across the entire spectrum of different types of pollutants throughout the state of California. And as they develop that plan, they look into the future. They say, will we be able to achieve the requirements of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards or the air quality standards? And then they build a plan with all of those projections in mind to actually reduce the emissions. And the way that plan comes back to our programs is every regional transportation plan must comply with that plan. It is required by the Federal Clean Air Act and the State Clean Air Act. And so when we whittle that down even further to the project level, one of the things that we have within our program guidelines are we have criteria for greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and we have requirements for traditional air quality pollutants like ozone or particulate matter and those different things. And so we look at all of those things and we say, what are the impacts? Are they moving in the right direction? Are we bettering communities? And we actually rank and score how well the projects do those things. That's part of how we award funding to projects to ensure that we're not continuing to do further harm.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a couple questions. I don't see any hands virtually, so if you guys want to speak on this, we're coming towards the end of the item. Thank you for the. Oh, I didn't see your hand. Do you want to go first? Go ahead.
Michelle Rousey. Yeah, I like what everybody's saying, and I just want to remind people that, you know, people with disabilities that are seniors, you know, we need access, and we need to be able to have our voices heard too. And, you know, having our walkable and livable communities, it's all intersectional of what we need to be able to live on a daily basis. Food, our health, transportation is a huge part. Can't get to the doctors if we don't have transportation. So, you know, and to make sure that you have those voices there, and to make sure that you reach out to that part of the community too, because even our seniors in some nursing homes, they're still up here, and they still want to have a voice in some of the things that their daily lives have impact on. So it's just something to think about. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for mentioning that and bringing that up again.
You remember Rousey. So I was going to start with just a few things that I had documented just during your presentation. When but one's not related to that. The first thing is about grant writing. In addition to what Director Taylor spoke of just meeting with folks, kind of meeting them at their level, I'd like to see how we bring these programs to the community. Whether it's like, you know, a lot of folks in this department have master's degrees. You only need a master's degree to teach at a community college. If people could pick up like a class at a community college and just teach about like how to access these programs so that like folks in the communities that are most impacted have the ability to pick up these skills, and it could help build a pipeline into the positions that we have throughout the state, especially here at Caltrans and the three interagencies that we work with. I wanted to talk about the reconnecting highways to reconnecting communities, highways to boulevards. There's a project in Oakland that it's kind of been the poster project since before, like since ever, like since I've been in this space, more than like 2 decades. And what I think about is 3 decades ago, we had the failure of the Central Freeway in San Francisco. And what a lot of people don't know about Hayes Valley is that it used to just be the Western Addition. Hayes Valley was the name of a housing project. And now it's the name of a boutique neighborhood with like trendy Lululemon type, you know, activities and froyo. And so I want to know that when we're pitching these pilots, that we're ensuring that like in addition to like the anti-displacement policy that's going to happen, just really thinking about what was in these spaces before and what will be in these spaces moving forward. Black people were in the Fillmore before. Black people are no longer in the Fillmore. And that's along Caltrans Riverway, like Octavia Boulevard, parts of Goff and Franklin and in San Francisco. And you know, one of those lots just went to expand a Catholic school, like that was a part of the freeway. So it's important to think about when we're like, because I think of Interstate 980 being the Harlem of the West. And so how do you create that potential for the communities that are no longer there. Or for communities that are there, but that are sleeping under a freeway instead of actually being properly housed because they can't let go of the fact that they're from Oakland. So then they don't leave Oakland and they're not housed. I am extremely excited to see the Bay Skyway on that slide because that's a project that I got to work on in San Francisco. And all we said was that's never going to happen. Like bikes on the western span of the Bay Bridge. So like that's news to me. And so I'm excited about that. I want to applaud you all for that. When we talk about the type of intersectionality between the work that we're doing in health and all policies, I know that when I've worked in government jobs, we hold our contacts really close, right? Like we don't necessarily want to always share our contacts because we don't know what who we're sharing them with might do with the contact. And so I'm hoping that like we can find ways to intersect because I know that health in all policies is doing really great work. And whether that means we embed ourselves in it, if they would even let us, or if we just figure out how we can replicate it. I know that that probably takes money we don't have, but just trying to figure out maybe it's just as simple as putting a registration button on our website, the Equity Advisory Committee website, that just allows community organizations to just register. We were talking about that this morning during the equity visioning process. Who are our contacts and who do we bring? And so I think that figuring out how to open ourselves so people can bring themselves. I mean, that's how a lot of us are here. Some of us were nominated, some of us through the round table, but we all applied and we all came from different spectrums, and it would be great to see that type of same thread. Oh, thank you. I'm almost done. So I also am very happy that we are integrating transportation priority for the state highway system. I'd like to see more interconnections with the transit transformation task force and our committee, and just in general, like with all of the different task forces. I guarantee you they have blind spots if they don't have folks from the communities that are represented that are sitting here. And so figuring out how to incorporate the work that's happening at those spaces, even if it's just we have designees of this committee because this committee is only 15 people. Maybe it's the folks that we're bringing in would then embed at these task forces just so that we can continue to be a part of those dialogues, because sometimes it seems like we're not a part of that. And I'll leave it there. We can talk offline. I mean, because I think that it's something that we'll continue to want to have discussions about, and I want to be cognizant of time. Member Martinez. Okay.
I just want to acknowledge too that sir, I just want to acknowledge that you did a great presentation, A, and B, I really see that our input and suggestions and recommendations have been considered. And I think that's it's a great thing, and that something that we talked about this morning, like what's our effect? I feel like we had a clear effect on what you guys are doing. So yeah, thank you. Just wanted to say that out loud.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Member Martinez, and yeah, it's been very valuable for us to engage with you all through this process. So thank you for all the input. I did want to go back, Chair Walker, to one of the comments that you made as well in terms of the Reconnecting Communities program and how to ensure that the communities that historically were there are considered in those projects. Just wanted to raise that as part of that application process. We acknowledge that it is a robust application process and that there's challenges with that. One of the benefits with that in terms of what we ask for is that there were aspects of that application that asked about cultural and historical aspects of the community, and not just assessing kind of the present nature of the community, but wanting the applicants to really describe how the project and their vision ties to the history of that community. So that is something that is considered. And then from a displacement standpoint, the anti-displacement memo that we published, the first program that work was really embedded in a robust way was the Reconnecting Communities application process, to really ensure that as we're making these investments moving forward, that we're thinking about the impacts on the community there, and for those benefits to be for the community that currently exists, as well as representing the history of the community.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. And yeah, I will echo Member Martinez. We've been seen in this work that you've just presented, and we definitely appreciate that. And we hope to continue working to ensure that communities that haven't traditionally been seen continue to be seen. With that, do we have public comment? And as I say that I'm asking for public comment, if there are members on that are virtual that want to say something, this would be your time. Public comment, clerks, please.
Chair Walker, we're not seeing any members of the public who want to make comments on this item.
All right. Any further comments from my committee? With that said, we are running a tad late, but I still want to make sure people have 10 minutes, and we'll make up that time later. No worries. We'll return at 3:10. See y'all soon. So I think we're gonna bring it back. I'm gonna get us back on schedule. For folks just joining us, this is the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee for October 24th here in Suisun City, California. I'm the chair of the committee, William Walker, and I'm joined by my committee members, by our esteemed staff, leadership staff, and you, the public, as well. So we're going to move into our next item. And before I do that, it is on middle mile and last mile broadband and initiatives. And I want to really just thank member Connie Stewart for her work on this. I don't know if y'all remember, but she came to a meeting early on. It might have even been almost 2 years ago because it was early on. And she was like, they're going to be giving away this money. It's like middle mile, last mile. It's broadband. It's bringing the internet to the folks that need it most. And it took us this long, but we are finally now going to, now that we have a committee structure, we are going to receive a report today on middle mile and last mile broadband initiatives. I'm going to hand it to Connie Stewart because she seems to know everyone in this world better than I do. She'll introduce our two speakers, and because this is a new world to me, other than I remember when my ACP got cut and I was like, how am I going to pay this cable bill? How am I going to pay this cable internet bill? Member Stewart.
Thank you, Chair Walker. I am very excited to have this conversation today. Let me just say, when I started out 20 years ago working on broadband issues, there was actually a lawsuit between PacBell and Caltrans over using the right of way all those years ago for access. And it took an executive order from Governor Schwarzenegger to get our first fibers into our region in Humboldt County. We've come a long way, and Caltrans is our best partner now on getting this middle mile done. And the states had some heroic efforts to build this middle mile. But I want to thank our two speakers, Robert Payne's here with us today, and Karen Eckersley, who is a champion for getting broadband to tribal communities in California. And her work has just been instrumental. And we're going to hear about the good work that's being done to make sure that our tribal communities are not left behind on this equity initiative as well. So I don't want to steal their thunder, but I also do want to say there are some concerns because it is critical that we have this middle mile. And as I said, Governor Newsom and the legislature has made an incredible investment on assuring that we have equitable access to broadband in the state. But there are some places because of funding that it's going to be a challenge to still get to. And I know no one's going to give up on those places, but I sort of wanted to be able to have a conversation around that with an equity lens to what are the transportation challenges of using the Caltrans corridor to get access to these regions, and what are the implications on last mile in some communities. And after a few articles in the Los Angeles Times, the San Jose Mercury News, and the San Francisco Chronicle about this issue, I wanted to make sure we were all briefed on it and could be champions and advocates, and also have an understanding when we go out into our communities about those challenges. And so with that, I think I will turn it over to Program Director Payne to give his presentation. And once again, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to you today and give you some information on the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative. We're very proud of this program and its core objectives. If we could go to the next.
Mr. Payne, I just want to make sure that you're as close to your mic as possible. We hear you, but it's a little muffled, so just.
Okay, I will speak up as well. I think I'm about as close as I can get to my microphone, so I'll speak up.
Sounds good. Just thank you.
Yeah. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So a lot of information on this chart, but let me start off by saying that this whole program was put into program at the Senate Bill 156. You can read the funding and how the funding rolled out. And so when we first put the program together, we had envisioned about an 8,000 mile network. We went out, we did some research. It appeared that a 10,000 mile network would be more appropriate for the state. But once we've gathered data, it was evident that the funding that was available to us, which was the 3.8 billion, would only be sufficient for about 8,000 miles. The governor put into his budget this year in January an additional 1.5 billion to complete the network out to the 10,000 miles. Unfortunately, that did not make it through May revision. And so as a result of that, our funding is at the 3.8 billion. And along with the May revision came Senate Bill 164, which mandated that CDT prioritize the development of the network to FFA grants. Partnering with CPUC, the little yellow splotches that you see on the map are the 105 FFA grants that have been applied. They're applications, they haven't been granted yet, all of them. And these are the ones out of the almost 500 that indicated they had intent to connect to the California broadband middle mile. And so based on Senate Bill 164, we worked diligently to make sure that we were able to get out across the state and address all of those areas that were indicating that they plan on, with their FFA grants, being able to connect to the network. So the map you see in front of you, as you can see, spans north and south, east and west in the state, has coverage in both rural areas as well as metropolitan areas. The split in miles is about 25% of the miles are in metropolitan areas and about 75% are in rural areas. Next slide, please. So one of the things we're very, very proud of is some of the partnering that we're doing. We have some joint builds. Let me just mention what a joint build is. That's where the state is putting in assets for the middle mile use, while our partners are putting in assets for the most part for last mile use. And as you can see, we've got agreements with Hoopa Valley, Whitetail, and Shumash. And we are in a process, we have a letter of intent with the Karuk tribe, and we are hoping that that deal will be signed next month. It still needs to go before tribal board for approval, but we made a lot of progress. And so they will have assets and we will have assets in the same trench. And what I mean by assets are the conduit and the fiber, as well as the vaults for interconnecting last mile. The hubs are about every 50 miles on our network, and those are small structures that house electronic equipment that actually puts light onto the fiber that allows for the transmission of data across the network. Very proud to say that we've are in agreements with letters of intent, working on signing final agreements with Coyote Valley, 29 Palms, and the Kitchen. Not only will they have fiber in their area, but they will have the ability to locate equipment in those facilities in a co-location as well. I mentioned that not only do we have routes throughout the rural areas, I want to mention some of the partnerships, the government partnerships that we have both in the LA area. So Gateway Cities, we are in the process of finalizing a deal with Gateway Cities. The 26 cities will be serviced by a backbone of middle mile. They will be including last mile connectivity as a part of that. City of Oakland also is using the middle mile. We also have a hub in the Oakland area, Hub 42. And we will be providing resiliency both to the north and the south of Oakland, down 580 as well as along the BART Railroad. Fort Bragg is one of the smaller communities we will be doing a joint build with. They will be having conduit alongside ours and reaching last mile as a part of their work. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about Ventura County. This is a partnership that we have on 126. Again, this partnership is not yet signed, but we anticipate that it'll be signed next month. And this will allow for not only middle mile through that area, but last mile as well. As you can see, we've been reaching out and trying to create partnerships within cities, outside of cities, also making sure that we are reaching out to our tribal nations and including where possible joint builds or providing other facilities for connectivity. In addition to that, we have a tribal policy that provides lit service for tribal nations. If we're passing alongside a tribal nation or going through tribal lands, that lit service and also some dark fiber strands are provided to the tribe at no cost. Next slide, please. So one of the things, because we had limited funding, we wanted to make sure that we were maximizing this funding. So you can see we have over 3,100 miles of joint builds. I mentioned a few of those joint builds that were government joint builds, but we're doing joint builds with the commercial entities as well. We also have 3,700 miles of IRUs. An IRU is a lease, but think of it as a long-term lease. So the minimum we have is 40-year agreement. We have one lease that would extend for a period of 120 years. So 40 years is obviously a long term and gives the state the opportunity to provide service at a reduced cost. As you can see, if Caltrans through our JLC contracts, we're constructing all of the miles. The cost per mile on average would be $880K. All of those miles were competitively bid, so we know that those are good costs across the state. And then in addition to that, you can compare that to what happens with the partnership. If we have a partnership that's closer to 300K, which is about a third of what it would cost if we tried to build it just the state on its own. And so we'll be able to stretch the network from somewhere around 3,500 miles to 8,000 miles through those partnerships. Now, we were very careful in selecting those partners. If you remember, I mentioned that we needed to get out to all of the FFA locations. So those partnerships were only partnerships that helped enable that mission to get out to the FFA, BEAD, and CASF grant areas. I'm proud of the team. We have currently 1,800 miles under installation. That is well in advance of what we had anticipated 3 years ago when we started planning this. We had anticipated that most of the implementation would take place in 2025 and 2026. As you may be aware, the federal money that we received has a requirement that we finish development and implementation of the network by December 2026. So we are well ahead of where we thought we would be when we started the program, and it's anticipated that we will have another 1,200 miles for a total of 3,000 miles under implementation, under installation by the end of the year. So really strong progress against a very, very tight time frame. The The QR code that you see in the upper right-hand corner allows you to connect out to our public map. The map on the right-hand side, you'll notice two colors. You notice a yellow color. Those are the miles that are represent the 1,800 miles that are currently under installation, and the black miles are miles that are in pre-construction, getting ready to go into installation. We keep them up to date on a monthly basis. The last Monday of every month, the map gets updated, so you can check back and see which areas are underway. My last slide simply is an outreach slide. We do have a broadband newsletter. That's the QR code in the lower left-hand side. And then we also have our MMAC meetings, the Middle Mile Advisory Committee meetings, which are quarterly. The QR code will link you to the schedule for those meetings. All of the meetings for next year have already been scheduled. And then lastly, we have a bi-monthly stakeholder engagement. The Middle Mile is a report, the MMAC is a report out. The bi-monthly stakeholder engagement meeting allows for two-way communication. So the stakeholders can come, they can ask their questions, and we can respond to those. If you're interested in participating in those, please send an email to the email address that you see at the bottom right hand of the screen. Thank you very much. That's the prepared material I have, and I will turn it back to the chair for questions.
And the chair will hand it to Member Stewart to continue leading this item. Member Stewart.
Thank you. Do people want to ask questions now, or should we hear from Karen as well? What's the committee's preference? Yeah, Peggy?
The email address.
Oh, yes.
We have the slide deck. It's Middle Mile at,
It's middle mile at state.ca.gov.
and I've been told it's actually posted too, so we can go grab it right after the meeting. All right, are there any other hands?
Okay, let's hear from Karen first before we get into discussion. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect.
We can.
Good afternoon, committee members and chair. I'm sorry. Echo is quite strong.
Or maybe feedback with your headset, because here we're good. And our clerks are looking at the setup right now as well.
Can you hear me now?
And members, if you're online and your mic is on, if you could mute your mics, please. We can hear you fine, Miss Eckersley.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the echo is coming so broadly, and I'm dialed in with my
your cell phone.
phone.
Going to say, Karen, do you want to log out and try to log back in?
I think that's what I should do.
Okay, great. And in that case, we will engage in questions while we wait for you to do that.
Thank you.
So you go.
Sure, I have a question. If do you mind, Robert, pulling, or I guess it's us, we're running slides. Can we pull up the map of California in the slide deck with like the highway this map? Yes, thank you. So what comes to mind for me is it seems like the part of the state that needs this program most doesn't have any yellow lines. So I'm looking at Fresno, I'm looking at the Central Valley from Fresno to Sacramento. And I imagine that's because west of those hills where I live in San Francisco and the communities that are coastal, you know, it's tech country. So of course our applicants probably had their ducks in a row. And so I'm just curious, is there enough funding to reach the places that there is need? Is there documented need? Like, do we know everywhere that needs this program? And then how do we prioritize that?
Yeah, and I apologize, I might not have been very clear when I was talking. The yellow lines are only those routes that have started. The yellow and black lines are all of the miles that will be developed, the 8,000 miles. So all through the Central Valley where you see those dark black lines, all of those will be available at the end of 2026 as well. So all of the yellow, all of the dark black lines are miles, the 8,000 miles that will be developed. So the yellow are only the miles that are currently under implementation. The rest are still going through pre-construction to be released. But to answer the rest of your question, yes, absolutely. We know where the need is. We've worked with CPUC. They've done research as to where the areas of needs are. And all of that was taken into consideration when the lines were drawn. So you can see all through the Central Valley, there is a tremendous amount of coverage, even going up into the hills.
Great. No, I can see that. So then my follow-up might be, do we know that are communities that are left out, and what's the plan to continue? Like, so I'm imagining that the Middle Mile Task Force will cease to exist after this build happens. And how do we continue to have the three agencies, Caltrans, CPUC, Department of Technology, have this discussion? Where does the discussion happen? And so that we can plug in places that may not have had their ducks in a row. Or is this every community in California?
So that's an excellent question. So CDT, the California Department of Technology, will not go away at the end of 2026. Once the network is constructed, it then needs to be operated. So we are in the process of working to release an RFP for an operator for the network. That operator will work in partnership with CDT. The anticipation is that as additional revenues above those revenues necessary to operate the network are made available, they can be reinvested as California grows, right? There's going to be new communities. And I mentioned this is a network that is at least 40 years of availability and most likely longer. The quality of glass and plastic conduit, the life expectancy is a very long period of time, minimum of 60 years. And so over the next 60 years, there absolutely will be new communities that become bigger or become established. That's the word I was looking for. And so the expectation is the network would then move out to those communities. Additionally, there is BEAD funding coming. And so that has not been awarded yet. My colleague Karen will talk more about that. And obviously they can request money that would allow them to build back to the middle mile as a part of their last mile. So you're absolutely right. It's not a one-time investment and it's over with. It is a long-term investment, and there will need to be continuous investments as California continues to grow. And CDT will be managing the operations and expansion of the network over the next 40, 50, 60 years.
Thank you.
Hi.
Karen,
Am I here? Am I here?
You're here. Can you hear us though?
I can hear you now also, and there is no echo.
That's awesome. Yay. So
Yay.
why don't we hand it over to Miss Eckersley? Is that the plan? There we go. It's yours. The floor.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you very much for your patience with all of this. Thank you, Connie, for your introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. Next slide, please. I am not Maria Ellis. I'm Karen Eckersley. I supervise a team within the Broadband Regional Initiatives branch of the Public Utilities Commission. Maria Ellis unfortunately had an emergency today and could not attend. I will be sharing some of the environmental and social justice actions in the broadband area today. I'll be speaking about the CPUC's work in the Communications Division. The ESJ work for the entire commission is much broader and is reflected in other initiatives and programs at the agency. This includes our tribal land transfer policy and others. I encourage all of you to look at some of the broader work beyond my remarks. The CPUC adopted an environmental and social justice action plan, which is a commitment that guides the agency's work. The action plan has 12 goals that are designed to elevate the voices of and increase the participation of communities that are historically underrepresented in the decision-making process. The plan identifies historically underrepresented communities as California's tribal communities, those which are disadvantaged or have low-income households. And the plan falls under the umbrella of all of the social justice initiatives at the Commission, which include the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group. This group meets several times a year to review and recommend policy changes that guide the overall CPC work aimed at providing safe, reliable, and affordable utility services. Specific to broadband, the plan guides the Commission's Communications Division policy, including broadband access that will increase investments in broadband infrastructure, enhance the public engagement to better identify and serve our community's broadband needs, not just through our formal processes, but a better way to connect with tribes and public entities to hear about their needs, and also to provide expert assistance to tribes, public entities, and other communities who have limited organizational capacity. It is also to promote affordable access, to seek opportunities specifically to partner with any and all of California's tribes, and also to develop a workforce from within the disadvantaged communities being served. The CPUC has strong labor standards across all programs and grants support workforce development. Most impactfully, we've seen communities train staff to operate networks on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. I'll talk about this one program's investment to raise up environmental and social justice communities, which is the Last Mile Federal Funding Account.
Pardon my interruption. I was supposed to say this at the beginning of the item. If you could describe the slides as you present them, just say what's on the slide before you go into the slide so that we can make sure that folks that can't see the slide can understand what's going on.
Okay, this is an overview slide of the federal funding account, which includes the program requirements and the preferences. The Last Mile Federal Funding Account was, along, as you heard from Robert, with the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative, part of the state's multi-year broadband investments. This program provides broadband infrastructure grants with the goal to provide direct connection to unserved California household locations and users. The program supports equity in a number of ways. First, there is a focus on communities that have historically been skipped over for investments and are therefore now unserved by broadband. These areas did not get broadband investment and everything that comes with that. Second, the program explicitly supports projects primarily benefiting disadvantaged areas. Disadvantaged areas were defined for the federal funding account as the more inclusive of Cal EPA disadvantaged community census tracts or census block groups, with 80% of the county or statewide average median household income, and prioritizes projects with eligible households in those areas. Third, the program supports investment in underground infrastructure in high fire threat areas and low-income, redlined, and other economically disadvantaged areas. The program uses an evaluation rubric that helps facilitate applications from public entities. The rubric also favored projects in these disadvantaged communities as defined by the CPUC's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. The result was that the CPUC received applications from 8 tribal nations and 79 applicants that are a public entity, nonprofit, or cooperative. These applications reflect benefits that are brought by public entity applicants. New providers like tribes and local governments can focus on the community broadband needs that are particular to their area. Projects that committed to keep reliable service with reasonable rates and with reasonable options available for low income and disadvantaged communities were prioritized. And the federal funding account, as part of the Broadband for All initiative, will facilitate economic development by providing access to high-speed internet for all of the reasons that we know that it's good in a community, but also to opportunities to develop and hire new local skilled labor that's necessary to build and maintain that infrastructure. Next slide, please. These are some highlights of the federal funding account that's here on the bulleted items. The CPUC to date has awarded 68 projects for a total amount of awards of $647 million. We have recommended an additional 8 projects for an additional $157 million. These have been published for public comment and the Commission may adopt these awards as early as the November 7th voting meeting. The combined total and awarded recommended projects will deploy approximately 2,000 miles of fiber network and benefit approximately 2.9 million Californians. This includes 44 projects that are serving primarily disadvantaged areas, with more awards to come in the account. The awards represent very diverse communities. I'd like to highlight the Native nations who have applied to the federal funding account. These tribes have or are forming their own ISPs. In addition to providing service in remote areas that have neglected infrastructure investments, many of these ISPs will employ a tribal workforce. The CPUC is in support of tribal sovereignty, and in the case of broadband infrastructure, it is also digital sovereignty. Of the applications, the CPUC has awarded to date the Tolowa Dene Nation, Round Valley Indian Tribes, Colorado River Indian Tribes, the Fort Bidwell Indian Community, the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash, the Yurok Tribe, and the Kuruk Tribe. Recommended awards are published approximately every 2 weeks. Items are voted on, are issued for public comment in advance of the Commission voting on these meetings. Next slide, please. The CPUC oversees a number of last mile programs and policy initiatives. Also, I'll speak about BEAD and the California Advanced Services Fund. BEAD is the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. It operates as a federal-state partnership. In June of 2023, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration allocated $1.6 billion to California in federal funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021. The challenge process is currently nearing its end. When that is complete and subject to NTIA approval, the CPUC will publish a final map of locations eligible for BEAD funding, and subgrantee award selection will begin in 2025. The second part of this chart is the California Advanced Services Fund. The Communications Division has a long history of managing grants that provide disadvantaged communities with broadband access. Since 2008, the California Advanced Services Fund has helped to do these by providing grants to expand broadband infrastructure and promote digital inclusion, which targets and underserved areas across California. The program has awarded over 1,200 projects for over $448 million. There are multiple sub-programs within the CASF for infrastructure, adoption, public housing, and technical assistance for tribes. The program also funds consortia to work with their local communities to identify needs and highlight important areas for that community. There are 15 local consortia who work on their broadband needs. Next slide, please. My last topic, I'll talk about the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program was a federal program that has had a great impact on disadvantaged communities. It addressed the affordability gap of broadband service, was the main barrier to households being connected. The ACP provided a monthly discount for internet service. The program was very successful, and at its peak, nearly 3 million California households subscribed. Learnings from the program, including surveys of recipients like data from the FCC, is summarized on this slide and highlighted the need and impact of making essential internet service affordable. This slide also includes links and relevant information on this need. The Broadband for All service program lookup is a public tool where current plans, merger commitments, and voluntary plans can be found by the public. And the second link provides information from the Annenberg School at USC about internet affordability research publications. Next slide, please. Research continues to confirm that affordability is the primary driver of home internet connectivity. This study shown here was also by the Annenberg School at USC in collaboration with the California Emerging Technology Fund and with CDT, shows that affordability is fundamental. There were 2 related questions about why they didn't have internet. The first time respondents, 61% said the reason was affordability. When probed, this slide shows that the next follow-up question, that affordability was again the top reason. The CPUC's last mile federal funding account and the Broadband Access and Equity Deployment Program specify that recipients must participate in the successor program through the ACP. Next slide, please. My last comments today are a little bit on policy. I understand there's interest and heard you all talking about how to engage with the PUC. The Commission finds it invaluable to hear from the public and community advocacy about issues before the agency. These links show 4 ways that the CPUC seeks input. Each line links to more details on the method. We have online forms. Members of the public can write to us. The agency holds events all over the state so that the public can attend in person. And then there's some information about speaking at our public events and forums. Next slide, please. Thank thank you for being so patient through this presentation and for the opportunity to talk with you about our equity programs. This QR code will bring up Broadband Regional Initiative's webpage where you can sign up for newsletters and further information. I will stop for questions now.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Rousey.
Thank you. Michelle Rosie here. I was wondering, what, if anything's being done to bring the ACP back, so that people can afford their broadband at a lower cost in the future, if at all?
The CPUC highly supported the ACP and included information in it. We are advocating with the FCC and at the legislature to fund a successor program, and our commissioners are very active in trying to do that.
And I should say that was going to be one of my action items for us to do as well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, in the meantime, what's being done for that connectivity? So I guess that we're going to work on that.
I think that's so.
Okay.
Here's where, and this is no disrespect, but like this is what I did in Orange, and I'm going to say it here too. We often get reports about the status of things, and we lose the opportunity to actually talk about how we move things. And so this is kind of a note to our staff, like, if we can, because like I'm happy to read a report before a meeting personally. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I'm happy to read everything I need to read, review slide decks so that I can come here and then have a discussion about there's an equity group with the CPUC. There's us. I'd imagine that, well, I don't think the Department of Technology has an equity group, but please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Payne. Like action takes place with numbers. And so if you have 3 different committees up and down the state saying we need an ACP program, it might be something that the legislator here runs with. And maybe the ACP program becomes a state funded program. Now that's something that sounds really crazy this year, I know, because there just isn't money for that. But there's money for whatever folks find a priority to find money for. At least that's what I've observed. And so I appreciate the presentation. I did learn a lot from the presentation, but I want to know how because I could have also gone to a PUC meeting for this presentation. I want to know how we can have these discussions so that we can move action. And so I think that a resolution would be in order for this request that we have to encourage the state to continue the work that you're doing, because now you'll have a resolution from an equity committee that says, we like what Miss Eckersley said, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. She's doing everything that she can in her power to move ACP. Like we all agree on that, but we know that that power doesn't sit right here. And so that's what my goal at my second to last meeting being chair is how we can continue to drive that home. Member Stewart.
Yes, I the FCC has not, and the legislature has not renewed the program, and I do want us to take action and add our voice to the voices. And I have to say, I'm a cynic, and I'm also occasionally superstitious. And I was really like skeptical about doing an action to try to promote the ACP because I was worried that it was going to expire and we were going to have all of these low income people who were going to be dependent on a program. And lo and behold, we kicked in our program, and then 9 months later, there's no ACP anymore. And so I think our subcommittee could write a letter that the board could then approve at our December meeting around ACP. I want to say just a couple of more things, just to put some context around the tribal work that's going on. The Yurok tribe is the largest tribe by population in the state. the Hoopa Valley Tribe is the largest reservation in the state, and the Karuk tribe is the third largest by population in the state. So, you know, I just wanted you to know the impact and the big deal that those programs are. And those tribal communities are not only looking at fiber to the home projects on their reservations or the lands they control, they're actually talking to their local communities around them so that they can provide service to residents in the rural community too, which is very exciting because operation and maintenance is going to be key, and making enough money off of these projects to make sure that they're viable 40 years down the road is also something to be that's going to be looked at. One other thing we can take action on, I think, is to ask about, and I'm going to go back to our presentation earlier, ask the California Department of Technology to create a way to define and measure the impact of equity on the middle mile. So we know, because those of us on the ground, there are some places, in my region, we did really well. But there are some places that I was devastated that the middle mile didn't connect, particularly in Trinity County, the Highway 3 corridor. So it would be nice to help the California Department of Technology advocate for that $1.5 billion as soon as there's money available in the budget, and also to ask them to create some kind of a measurement system so that they can report on how the state is holding up to actually reaching the hardest to reach folks as well. So I think our committee could work on letters and then bring them back to the next meeting. I'll stop there.
Before I hand it to Director Taylor, that's what my suggestion was going to be, because this is an information item. I know that staff is fastidiously, I hope I'm using that right, taking notes. And so we'll have a point where we can have staff work with committee chairs to see where that should appropriately go. Director Taylor.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to highlight the power of this committee in real time. We have CDT here, so you can ask them and say you would like them to do that, and then follow up with a letter as well, so they start sooner on that process. That's the power of your voice as well. And I just wanted to kind of elevate that and amplify that we don't always have to take an action to force change. And today is one of those days that we can ask the question and maybe even ask CDT to kind of give updates as they go through whatever process they are. Because as a state, we are looking at equity. And so maybe the question is, what are you doing to ensure that it's equitable and measure it? And then we can kind of find out there.
I like that. Member Rousey.
I like that too. And if we can make a formal ask here right now, that would be great, because I really would like to see a program, if not exactly like that, something similar that we can move into the future with, and make sure that that happens for Californians who need it. It's such a difference from those of us who are really low income, and those type of programs make such a huge impact on our lives in being able to have access to broadband. Thank you.
So then now I'd like to turn it back to Ms. Eckersley and Mr. Payne, and the question on the table is really, are you interested in partnering with us to ensure that equity is thought about as these plans move forward? And we'd love to support that. If you'd love us. Oh, if you're responding, your mic's not on, Mr. Payne. I'm sorry.
So, CDT is always looking to partner to make sure that we are being equitable. We've tried to be extremely responsive to all of the inquiries that have come in throughout this program. As you can imagine, the complexity of trying to do 8,000 miles in a very, very short period of time has been daunting, but the team has been very responsive. hence the MMAC meeting, the Middle Mile Advisory Committee meeting, as well as a meeting that allows for advocates and government entities, residents to come and hear what's being presented and to provide feedback. So yes, we're always open and available to partner to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the residents of California.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Eckersley?
Yes, thank you very much for that invitation. We'd love to have your feedback and see the things that that you're seeing on the ground. We do have the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, and so I don't know how to bring together what you have with how they advise us as well. Like I can imagine you would come up with different things, but we might look for a way that you can coordinate with them. For all of the methodologies that I put forward in the presentation, we're happy to have that input in our proceedings, in our workshops, and in all of our other public engagements.
Great. Well, I'll take on the finding out who the chair is of that committee and starting that engagement, because we have to live too. We talked about that this morning, about the hustle. Are there other comments? I want to actually end the item because we're running a bit late and I want to respect our subsequent presenters. Is there public comment? Clerks Hall, Remedios?
Chair, we have no requests for public comment on this item.
Seeing none virtually, seeing none in the room. Members on virtually, are you all good with us moving to the next item? I'm going to take that as a yes. I want to thank, do you want to thank Member Stewart?
Oh, you can thank on behalf of the committee, but of course I do want to thank both of our presenters today, and I really appreciate it, especially Karen at the last minute jumping in there. And I appreciate you all allowing this item to move forward too as well. And yeah, thank you.
Great. I just want to thank you, Member Stewart, for your persistence, because it takes a lot of persistence to make sure we are, accountable to the things that we say we're going to do. And I'm glad that we're finally able to do this. And to Mr. Payne and Ms. Eckersley, again, we thank you. You're always welcome here at the AC. We got our calendar on the website. Check us out. And we look forward to continuing the relationship. Thank you both.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right. So moving to our next item, and I want to thank Ms. Rodriguez for your patience. Y'all all saw my little slide earlier. I got to play around with the high-speed rail. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's why you did.
You could.
Okay, that's right. There were two, and I forgot. Yes. Caltrain, in my eyes, is high-speed rail. I grew up riding Caltrain. I was on their CAC in 2002. And I've never seen so much excitement around rail in the Bay Area. People are always happy about BART, but those trains are loud. What's nice about the new high-speed rail trains is they're not as loud. You can actually, we were saying on these new trains, you can have a conversation on Caltrain, and it's still kind of hard to have one on BART. So we'll keep working on that on BART. But it's been exciting to see these parties. There was one yesterday at Salesforce that I missed. Salesforce Town in San Francisco. But the project's coming together. And if you live in the Central Valley, you're seeing that. And if you're living in LA and the Bay Area, it's in different kind of clothing. And so I just want to thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, Alice Rodriguez, who's the Deputy Secretary of External Affairs for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. One of the questions that members here had, especially Member Martinez, I remember, is when do we get to talk about high-speed rail? And the wonderful, divisions of state, departments, we kind of have to force this one. And it's not that we don't talk about it at CalSTA, Caltrans, CTC. It's just domains and purview. But we're happy to have you here. And I'm sure we're gonna pester you with questions, and I'll hand it over to you. Thank you
Great.
for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Walker and members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Alice Rodriguez. I am a Latina. I use she, her pronouns. I have short black hair. I wear glasses. I'm wearing a long full-length dress that's black and floral in print. So it was difficult preparing this presentation because I feel like there's so much to say and there's so much alignment with what you guys do with our project. I feel like I'm scratching the surface when I put this together, honestly. So I see this as a beginning of a new relationship that I hope we can foster together. I'll announce in one of the slides subsequently, we're hiring a DEI manager. We have a whole task force. We have a lot of work that we're doing, not only internally as an organization that represents the state of California, because we are a state agency, but we are building the future of transportation in California with high-speed rail. So, and we want to do that with a very keen eye on equity. You'll see that through some of the stuff that we're going to talk about. Again, like I said, this is just like, I feel like I'm just scratching the surface. I had some great feedback with the team ahead of time about some of the questions you guys had. I tried to answer some of those here in this presentation, but I know there is so much more. So with that, let's dive in. I'm also the youngest of three girls, so I'm a fast talker. I learned that naturally. So, and I also know we're short for time. So if I need to slow down, yes, thank you for that. Please make sure I will try my best to not go over.
And take your time because we're gonna adjust our item on subcommittees, so don't worry,
Okay.
please.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. You'll see on this map, a zoomed in map of our alignment here in the Central Valley, connecting the Central Valley to the north in the Bay Area and south to Los Angeles. It's a dark blue line. That is 494 miles of alignment, nearly 500 miles. You might hear me refer to the 500 miles as we move through this. That's phase one. That's what we're working on now. Phase two is extending north to Sacramento from Merced and then south from LA down to San Diego. We are building a fully electrified high-speed rail system that will travel at speeds approximately 220 miles an hour with up to 24 stations, truly connecting of those stations, 8 out of the 10 largest population centers of the state. So we're truly connecting California. Next slide, please. On this slide, you see alongside some renderings of the rendering of the Fresno station and then some of the actual active construction there in the Central Valley. Some charts that show a little bit of history. I wanted to put this out there, but some with our funding sources. So you get a sense of what drives us, how we've been able to move. So I'll start on the far left. In 2008, the voters here in California passed a bond measure giving us $909.95 billion in Prop 1A funding. 2009, the Obama administration came forward with an ARA grant that we applied for, $2.5 billion. A year later, they gave us another close to $1 billion in what we call FY10 money. That was additional funding to go towards the Central Valley construction. 2021 through 22, we started to see some more federal grants come in, which we were very excited about. Raise grants, about 49 million there you see. And then in 2023, we had what I would consider a banner year with the first massive infusion of federal funding with the $3.1 billion federal grant from the Fed State Partnership out of the IIJA, the massive infrastructure bill from the Biden administration. But we also received some other smaller grants too, which we're very excited about. The other thing I want to talk about is you'll see it towards the bottom of the screen that 2014 to 2030, that's some of the state funding that we also receive. We receive 25% of the cap and trade funding, which is significant. That averages around 750 million-ish annually. That's kind of what we're averaging right now. So we're really grateful for those state funds as well that come in. Go ahead and move to the next slide for me, please. Okay, here's another map zoomed in here of our alignment, our 500 miles. Today, this is where we are today, kind of current status. 171 miles in the Central Valley. That's going to be this dark blue line from Merced all the way down to that other dark blue or light bluish line to Bakersfield. That's what that 171 represents. That is either under construction or under advanced design. That also represents what we call the initial operating segment. where we will have our first operations that will run from Merced to Bakersfield. So much like the highway systems built and the interstate systems built in California and around the country, we're doing this in segments. And so that first segment will get open and operational as we're continuing to work on the other segments as well. So that alignment so far of that 500 miles, we have 463 miles from downtown San Francisco to downtown Los Angeles. It's just completely environmentally cleared, which is no small feat. And I'm sure many of you understand that process. We're talking well over a decade in time period to get those documents finalized. We still have one remaining segment from Los Angeles to Anaheim, very dense urban corridor, as you can imagine. Also a lot of work with BNSF to use their right of way and also partnering with Metrolink. So there is a lot of coordination happening down there. So that alignment, or excuse me, that segment still needs to be environmentally cleared, hoping for by the end of 2025. 4 stations in the Central Valley are under design now. And then we have connectivity projects that one was mentioned earlier, the Caltrain electrification. Caltrain electrified their corridor. We are a funding partner. We gave them over $700 million for that project, which we are very grateful to partner with them on because it will be a shared corridor. Link US, which is the upgrades to LA Union Station down in downtown Los Angeles. That historic station is changing from stub end tracks to pass-through tracks. We will benefit from that as well as we make our way all the way down into Anaheim. So that is a project that we're also funding partners on. And then also in Southern California, Rosecrans Marquardt grade separation, one of the deadliest intersections in the United States. So they're grade separating that to pull the rail tracks away from pedestrian and vehicle traffic. So we're, again, funding partners there, and I believe that'll complete next year as well. Next slide, please. So we break up our project into 3 segments, or excuse me, 3 project sections, I guess, is the best way to say it. Bay Area, or what we call NorCal, and then the Central Valley, and then Southern California. I'm going to start in the middle because this is where most of the activity is. And I'll talk a little bit about each one of these, but Central Valley will have a few more slides. So let's start with, this is a map of the alignment. You'll see from Merced down to Bakersfield, kind of in that dark, kind of golden color. That's that 171 miles I mentioned before. There's 119 in that lighter yellow line, represents what's currently actively under construction. Although one of those segments is actually done in the southern portion of that light blue, yellow line. It's about 22 miles of completed civil structures and guideway. 52 miles are still under this advanced design work. We have contracts out on both ends of that Madera to Merced, and then from about the city of Wasco to Bakersfield is also, it's rough about Wasco. And then those station contracts, like I said, we're doing the design work on that. Goals here are to initiate operations by 2030 to 2033. That's kind of like this delivery envelope that we're trying to get through. And we're working on advancing the track and systems contracts. Right now, we have been building the guideway in those civil construction packages, but now we need to start building the actual systems and the tracks, laying down those steel tracks that the trains will run on. And then working towards procurement of our trains through the RFQ and then RFP process to actually get a manufacturer to build our trains. Can't just buy trains off the shelf. We've got to do work for a very long time to build those procurements. And then once we identify a successful manufacturer bidder on that, then they will start to build our trains for us. So that's all kind of in the works now. If we go to the next slide. I'm gonna dive into just a few slides about the Central Valley. Hopefully they're topics that are of interest to all of you. So far, since construction began, we have created over 14,000 construction jobs. Those are, as you know, good paying family living wages. These are excellent jobs. And another thing that we're extremely proud of, and one of the reasons why we got funding to start the construction in the Central Valley, is because of the disadvantaged communities there, especially coming out of the recession when we received that ARA money from the Obama administration. So we can say that average of 70% of our workers are coming from disadvantaged communities. So it's having a real impact to those that need it most. Small business is another huge element of the project in terms of contractors and getting money to those. Small business fuels the American economy. We know that 860 have already been employed, more getting added all the time. We just had yesterday a small business diversity fair UC Merced. So we truly mean it when we say we wanted to hit our small business goals and connect small contractors with these larger primes coming in. And then you can see we break that down for DBEs, disadvantaged businesses, and disabled veterans as well. Next slide, please. So this one, alongside pictures of some of our construction workers, I want to talk a little bit about our workforce. We do have a community benefits agreement we signed over 10 years ago to work and to target specifically national targeted hiring goals on our CBA. In addition to that, we've also recently last year signed an MOU with 13 of the rail labor unions so that in operations, we are also utilizing rail labor and following rail labor safety acts or safety precautions, all that stuff that comes with being part of a union member, right? So we give them that opportunity as well. Excited about that. I'm proud to say we negotiated that MOU. Next slide, please. Will be about more about strengthening the workforce here. This is a slide on the Central Valley Training Center. You'll see some photographs of some of the recent graduates there. This is in Selma, the city of Selma. Those of you from the Central Valley know it well. I think it's like the grape capital. I don't know, it's something like that. This is a 12-week pre-apprenticeship program. They graduate with, I want to say well over 10, maybe 12 or more. I forget. I've seen the list a number of times. So industry specific certifications that they get in this pre-apprenticeship program. It really gets them really as a direct pipeline into the trades. Already 223 graduates. You can see we just had the last graduation maybe last weekend, I think it was. So really great partnership with the Fresno EDC and the labor unions there, along with the city of Selma. A real great partnership. And in fact, when we do go out for some of the grant applications that we've put out in recent months, asking for additional funds to help continue that work there, ideally using it as a model for future apprenticeship programs or as the construction continues throughout the Central Valley and expands into Southern California and Northern California as well. Next slide for me, please. And now we're going to just talk briefly. I have one on each of the other areas. So in the Bay Area, what we call the Northern California section, which is really from San Francisco all the way up to Merced, that is 100% environmentally cleared. So that means it's eligible to begin advanced design. The electrification, this slide is a little bit outdated, sorry, it's not underway, is complete on those 51 miles that Chair Walker mentioned. Very, very proud of that. And it is exciting to hear and see those electric trains running. It's just magnificent. I don't know how else to describe it. And we were there at the ribbon cutting ceremonies and at a number of the celebrations. And that segment is the construction for that segment currently is unfunded. We do not have the funds to complete that or to begin that construction, but we are ready and doing what we can. And to identify that funding, that's some of the goals that you'll see is to develop some funding plans there. Look for other areas where we can have early investments with the local transit agencies and city partners there, and then just continue to advance the design work there. And I will also say, I think I was going to mention it later, but doing community meetings. We just had a series. We had 2 in September and 2 in October. In fact, the other one, the last one was just yesterday at the Salesforce Transit Center. Is just to be out and engage with the community. So even though we don't have all the funding right now identified, we do know that it's coming. We want to make sure that we stay engaged with the community and get their questions answered, give them an opportunity to come and talk to experts, have information tables, all of that, so that folks still stay connected to the project and really feel like they understand it and can get their questions answered, not just looking at information on a website, right? So it's a little bit different opportunity. Next slide, please, is going to be Southern California. This is 164 miles, so that's stretching from Bakersfield going out to Palmdale, going through the Los Angeles into Tehachapi Mountains, and pulling into Burbank. The station will be there partnered along with the airport at Burbank, and then it'll go into Los Angeles and then down into Anaheim. We are continuing the environmental clearance because in that kind of magenta colored line, you see we don't have environmental clearance there just yet, but we are working towards that. I already mentioned we have some bookend projects that we're working as funding partners there with LA Metro. And like in the Bay Area, it is not funded for construction just yet. working to do those same goals, identify these shared corridors. Although I will say there's one other thing to acknowledge here on the goals is to establish a connection point with the emerging Brightline service. We get this question a lot when I go out into public. Oh, is this the train to Vegas? No, that's a different one, but it's exciting just the same. But private entity Brightline is building a high-speed rail line from Las Vegas to Southern California. And I say Southern California because right now their plan is to go to Rancho Cucamonga. And that through the years, their plans have changed a little. And because they're private, they absolutely can do that. They're a private entity. In other words, they're not a public entity like us. Our objectives and policies are in the Prop 1A language. So we know exactly what we're building. We can tell you it's the same thing we said we were going to build back in 2008 when the Californians voted on it. So, but right now I understand they're going to Rancho Cucamonga and there is work and some planning in place to build what's called a high desert corridor from there to get us to the Palmdale station, which is where our station is for California High Speed Rail. So there is an MOU in place that we have with Brightline to have interoperability between the two systems. So that's all to say they've received a federal grant, just like us. They've received a $3 billion grant when we got our 3.1. So very excited. They had a groundbreaking earlier this spring. So great movement there. Excited to see what happens and emerges because we know as people start to see and build and this thing gets built, that more that it helps support all of high-speed rail around the country. So very happy, pleased about that. All right, next slide, please. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about our sustainability policies and some of the things that might be of interest to the panel here and what I heard from the notes I got from staff to prepare this presentation. But the authority, our policy is really I want to say nation leading in a lot of ways, and we'll get to that in just a second. The authority, the policy says we will deliver a sustainable high-speed rail system for California that serves as a model for sustainable rail infrastructure. The authority has developed and will continue to implement sustainability practices that inform and affect the planning, siting, designing, construction, mitigation, operation, and maintenance of the high-speed rail system. Now, I will tell you that this is something that you will see throughout every element of our program, our sustainability, in our outreach efforts, in our workforce development efforts, in our planning and operations, everything you see, including building this as a, zero emission, using renewable energy, all stations being net zero for operations. These are all elements that you will see throughout our project. And I will tell you that we did receive a few years ago the Envision Platinum rating, which is the highest rating that the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure gives, and it's really quite significant for being such a large mega infrastructure project that we received that rating. So we're very proud of that. And then if we go to the next slide, and we'll tell you that we have every year we put out, and it's not required, but we feel it's important. We put out an annual sustainability report. This report kind of updates folks and gives some updates on some of the progress we're making, but it also, is a marker for some of the benchmarks that we've set for ourselves, including knowing that we're designing a system that will run 100% on renewable energy for the operations, to be carbon neutral in construction. I'm going to talk about how we're achieving that in just a second. Reducing waste to landfills and maximizing ridership and value to Californians. And we're doing that by getting a lot of feedback. And again, I'll talk about that in just a second. It does also offer an update against these several kind of indicators, the dozens of indicators that we use to maintain, making sure that we're following and doing what we say we are going to do with our policy, and that also reflects the values of California, including getting those cap and trade funding from the Cal EPA, right? So we know we have objectives to meet, and we do that, and the report outlines that. So if you have an interest in that to dive deeper, I would suggest going to our homepage, hsr.ca.gov. So you'll find a link directly on the homepage for that. Okay, if we go to the next page, I'll show you, this is just I can't go through all of these just for timing sakes, but I will tell you that the stuff in green is kind of building now, and then in the kind of purplish color is stuff that in operations to think about what we're going to do. I'll point out a couple because some of the next slides actually dive a little bit deeper into some of these, but 66% of our funding so far has been in disadvantaged communities. That's significant. I mentioned earlier that we have 100% already completed on the civil structure for that construction package 4. That's about 22 miles of the southern end of that construction. We've already planted 7,100 trees. That's to help offset some of those things that we can't help with, some of the offset from the construction emissions, right? But when you look at some of those magenta colors, some of the things I'll point out, I've already mentioned this before, but running on 100% renewable energy, we're going to be moving all of these folks. Look, you'll see there's 20 million people that live within 30 minutes of a high-speed rail station once we're in full operations. That is a lot of people having access to high-speed rail, and we're going to be doing that all on 100% renewable energy. Crazy, amazing, right? And then thousands of jobs that will be current jobs, or excuse me, not current jobs, excuse me, the permanent jobs.
Slow down.
Am I going too fast?
A little bit.
So me.
I was
Sorry.
I was trying to get it the visual, not to interrupt you, but you were deep in that zone. Go ahead.
I do.
I liked it.
I gave you a warning.
Yeah, you're in the zone, but yeah, please continue.
Okay, thank you. I will slow down. So looking at once we're in operations at the thousands of jobs that the system will just maintain throughout the state of California. And there's a lot of very technical emissions. I'll talk about those in a second. Unfortunately, I know the original request was to have Meg Cedar-Roth, who's our director of planning and sustainability, give this presentation, but this meeting is happening on days she's not in the office. So you got me instead. But that's what I mentioned also when I said this is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. There's more information to be had and more conversations we hope we will have in the future. But if we go to the next slide, I'm going to talk about some of the efforts that we're doing. These are images of an open house series that we had in all 4 of the station cities in the Central Valley. So Bakersfield, the Hanford area, Fresno, and then Merced. We actually went out to the public and said, hey, we've already received some initial feedback from you about what you want to see at these station sites and what the stations should do and operate and how they should feel in your community. So with that, we've started to create some imagery. We've designed some things. Now we want your feedback on, are we on the right path? Is this really what you want in your community? And we promoted heavily on media and newspaper and print, on television. We invited reporters out. We had we had really great press coverage of these meetings, so that we could get out direct feedback from those community members to say, what do you want in your stations? And so then the final designs will truly reflect what those people that live in those station cities have asked for. So that's just that series. I'll talk more about community meetings in a sec, give you some stats on that in just a sec. But if we can go to the next slide. More on the sustainability stuff. Here's again some really amazing technical stuff. I'm going to read the slides because I'm not the true expert on this, but avoiding over 100,000 pounds of criteria air pollutants in 2023 alone. We require our contractors to use the highest level of or the highest tier of low emission vehicles. Right now it's tier 4. I know that there's movement towards getting all of their on-road transportation vehicles as EVs, and then some of the off-road now, the construction equipment is starting to get cleaner. And those requirements is how we move the industry of building infrastructure is by putting those requirements on our contractors on a mega project like this. And so we understand that. And so we are doing those things. And also since construction began, we've avoided over 570,000 pounds of pollutants. So again, something that we're very proud of because I believe it was Vice Chair Armas Kelly that mentioned the high juvenile asthma rates in the Central Valley. So not only do we want to, we don't want to just wait until the system's in operations to get those benefits. We are asking to get those benefits now through offsetting the pollutants from construction. So something again that we really mean when we say we're going to do that, and we do. Next slide. It's going to talk about protecting environmental lands, environmental spaces, natural habitat. So far, this is again, just so far, we still obviously have much more construction to do. We've preserved or restored 4,490 acres of habitat and then 3,190 acres of agricultural land also conserved because it's not just about the natural lands. We know that California is a major producer for the agricultural community with feeding the world kind of thing. I grew up in the Central Valley, so I know. So that's an important element as well. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to talk about climate resilience and disaster preparedness. So climate trend. So there's an image here on this slide of flooding. This image came from one of our construction sites in the winter storms, and the flooding that followed the winter storms of 2022 to January of 2023. So last year, flooding. So climate trends, heat, flood, and fire pose increasing risks to transportation infrastructure. So that means we definitely need to have a climate-ready system, and we know that. We recognize climate stressors, so rising temperatures, wildfires, inland flooding, over sea level rise. These are all things we're dealing with now in California in the transportation sector, right? Erosion on the coastal lands. We've seen that with the train systems on the coast. Our temperatures are unprecedented at this point now. We're hitting records constantly. We know that, and those things are creating stressors. So we understand those impacts. Things like the stress that it adds to the rail materials when you have those extreme temperatures. Wildfires, they threaten the physical structure, but they also interrupt service because we know we've had those roaming power outages. Our system, the resiliency built into this system is so that we can power our own trains, but we will be connected to the electrical grid so that we can be responsive when the things like that happen. So we want to be, again, prepared for uncertainty. Long-term changes in the climate condition introduce complexities in the planning and the design, adapting to infrastructure, creating challenges in designing for a broad range of potential futures. So that's all something that we obviously take very seriously. I think living in California, one of the great things is we are so advanced in recognizing that, but we also, I feel like we're often on the extreme edges of some of these climate extremes, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it, right? You see, there's certain parts of the country that get those. We get them here with those extreme heat, the droughts, the flooding that just came, like these extremes. We're constantly in the news for that, it seems like. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to talk now a little bit about our DEI work. Very excited, like I said before, that you invited us out here today. We have a task force that came about, and I want to say in 2021, we had an internal audit that we did of our own kind of agency and kind of where we are in DEI work. Like, let's look at our staff and see what's the makeup of our organization and what are our efforts that we're doing. So their mission is to ensure that the authority is a safe, diverse, equitable, inclusive, and representative department internally, provides opportunity for all contractors and businesses in California consistent with or exceeding state and federal policy objectives and goals. Sorry to read that, but it felt like it was important for you to understand. We do have a mission statement, and that's that. But some of the other things here now, this is an 11 voting member task force. We have 2 co-chairs and then 9 standing members. They meet 6 times a year. We also have additional advisory groups that meet quarterly. And then we provide guidance and recommendations related to hiring, outreach, resource access, all those things. And we also do trainings. If we go to the next slide, you can still go to the next slide. But as we do that, I will tell you that in November, I want to say November 4th, we will have a DEI manager. So we've gone through all the work based on the task force. We realized how important this work is. We want to make sure that we are able to have a real focus. So we created a position for a DEI task force manager. So that manager will work, he starts on November 4th. His name is escaping me. I know it's Mario, but I can't remember his last name. But I feel like that he will, one, be excited to learn about what you all are doing here in the transportation space around equity, and can be an officer to liaise with your agency. I see that, like I said, as the beginning of a partnership and a real relationship. Last year, as the task force was kind of getting on its feet last year. I know the audit started in 2021, 2022. We identified we want to do this. 2023, we started pulling everyone together. But we did have our committee meetings, 6 working group meetings, and then 4 DEI trainings, which are really well attended by all staff. All staff are invited to that. And we have a firm that we've contracted with that provides those trainings to us. Really interactive, really great stuff. We get such great feedback from staff on that. Next slide, please. This one, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the outreach stuff that we do, because getting out and talking to the community is so important when you're building such a mega infrastructure project, like 500 miles of alignment. You need to go out to the community, and we know that. So we have an outreach team that is just phenomenal. They work hard. We have in all three of our regions, I mentioned before, we have a Northern California, Central Valley, and Southern California. We have staff, outreach staff there. We also have staff at headquarters where I work. And between our 4 groups, 313 outreach events throughout the year. 3,100 people plus have been reached, that, and this is just in 2023. 50 plus Central Valley construction tours. Oh, forgot, inviting all of you to come out to construction. We'll get to that, but that's absolutely an invitation. We will have all of you come out. And then in this last bullet, the 600 plus train set interior visitors. So one of the elements that we're doing now is getting ready to buy trains. I mentioned that earlier. With that, we want to design what our trains will look like on the inside. What will passengers want? What will they expect in a train that represents California and the way we want to travel? And so in that process, you'll see in one of those images there, that's a gentleman standing in a blue suit, and he's in this all white environment with other people standing around him. That is the interior of what we call the white mock-up, because it's all white and it's made out of wood. So it's not meant to be the actual material of the train itself, like what it'll actually look like, but it's set up to be the function of the train so that we could actually test it. And that was based on feedback that we got from what are those like sessions where people like
Focus group.
Focus group. Thank you. Thank you. Started with focus groups, then we were able to create renderings based on the focus groups and go out to folks, start going to public events, showing those renderings. Like, this is what we think we heard. What else do you guys want? Similar to the stations where we actually literally had Post-its, people writing, what do you want to see on a train? And then with that, then building, it ended in an actual interior mock-up. Now, the next stage of that is going to be this coming year, beginning of this in January, we're going to start building a high fidelity mock-up. So we had a white mock-up, what we called there, literally the inside of a train in different seating configurations and places you could see what the restrooms would look like, what the like kid play area would look like. Now we're going to be building a high fidelity mock-up, and we can invite folks out. You guys would be a welcome group to come and experience it, give us your feedback once we get that built. So later on, sometime mid next year, it'll be done. But anyway, just again, some of the examples of some of these some of these outreach events. Of course, we go to conferences and trade shows to keep industry aware, but beyond that, we have community open houses. I've already mentioned a number of them, the ones in the Bay Area that just happened this week, the station ones. We go to job fairs, we go to business industry groups, we go to small business events. And then we do classroom presentations, and I'll get to that too in just a second. We talk about our student outreach program. But let's go ahead and go to the next slide. This is just, again, showing you some of the things that we do. We produce a lot of newsletters and copy, information we put out. So we have this Inside Track employee newsletter that we give out to internal staff. We also, using staff, like to observe History and Heritage Months. We had 13 in 2023. I would not be surprised if we have even more in 2024. Truly showcasing that the staff of High Speed Rail, the consultants of High Speed Rail that are building this thing, truly reflect every color and stripe and everything that history and heritage. And we don't want to try to, we do that because it doesn't mean it's just about ethnicity. It's about everything that, who you are and what you represent. So we do our best to try to showcase that on our social media, something that I think we are, as the authority, are extremely proud of, because we do have an international team truly building this thing. It's really exciting. Next slide is just some more examples. We put out last year 2 construction updates filled with lots of construction images and pictures. We have a small business newsletter dedicated to showcasing some of those small businesses, but also educating small businesses on how they can connect to our program. We also have these all aboard newsletters that just kind of give brief updates of what's happening on the project. Next slide. And I'm getting close to being done here. is our student outreach program called I Will Ride. This is really like one of my absolute favorite things that we do. And we hit kids from every school age from K through 12. We go into colleges and we go in graduate programs as well. We give presentations, we table, um, we we sponsor events. We try that maybe, you know, that produce or give scholarships to students. We have a newsletter with the I Will Ride. I mean, this is really truly, we're building this system for this generation that's coming up behind us. But also we need some of those students who are coming and getting those technical degrees to help us to finish designing and building this thing. So it's a really great program. Love to talk about that all day long. Next slide, please. Which is my truly kind of really last slide, although the next slide is more about just how to connect with us. But this is just a quick snapshot of what's coming up next and some procurements. So this year, as the year comes to a close, we're looking at those procurements for the train sets and then now what we call track and systems contracts. So that traction power procurements, the train control and the communications, all things systems that need to be designed and built. And then more in 2025, more of those, including depots and facilities. As we start to build, we're going to need maintenance facilities. We're going to need depots to hold the trains. And then in 2028 to 2030, you're looking at starting to test trains. So those manufacturers will have delivered the trains, we'll have tracks ready to go, and then we'll start to test it, which will be a really exciting time in 2028. Now, it will take a year and a half, 2 years-ish to actually test and commission the trains because that's not happened here before. And we are working alongside our federal partners to make sure that we're following safety standards and helping them create kind of industry standards for high-speed rail around the country. And then the last one there is the 2030 to 2033 kind of delivery or service window. This is where we think we will begin passenger service. On that initial operating segment, that's that 171. Now, all of that is happening. If we get funding available, we will be working on the Northern California segment and the Southern California segments as well. But we do believe once you start to see those trains and it becomes more real, yeah, the motivation will be there for more support, which we appreciate. And then the last slide, truly my really last slide, is just some of our social media handles, which follow us if you can. We love to have followers. We put up lots of content and updates. And so with that, I'll conclude and just say I'm welcome to questions.
Thank you so much. I have lots of hands. Member Rousey.
Thank you. Your presentation was very thorough and I really enjoyed it. One thing, in having lived experience with being on the Amtrak trains and new cars and things like this, that I would hope that you guys would take the time to air out your trains prior to putting them in service. I had many problems on the Amtrak trains of when they put new cars on. Luckily for me, they scatter them. They don't put the whole train as new cars. But the smell was so bad for a period of time when they put new cars on that we couldn't ride in those particular cars for up to 6 months or more. And due to the toxicity of when we got on with having lung disease, I'm extremely sensitive. And I know I'm not alone. I just know the average person doesn't necessarily pick up on it, but
Yeah.
Those of us with environmental sensitivities do. And I would hope that that would be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Vice Chair Amos Kelly, followed by Member Martinez. Are you there, Vice Chair? We're going to come back to you if you do not speak by the time I finish this sentence. And
I'm
then
right
There you
here.
are.
Hi. I just wanted to say I'm really excited about that, all the information that you've shared with us, and the jobs that have been created for our Central Valley. I know many people that have been working in those spaces, and truly it has been a uplifting opportunity for those that haven't had the opportunity to have viable income. But again, with Member Michelle Rousey, we have to really look at how the indoor air quality is going to be on those trains. Is there going to be plenty of ventilation? I think with COVID, we want to make sure that it's safe and it's well vetted as far as what environmental impacts are going to be happening inside of those spaces. And also, one thing that I wanted to add is the cultural experience of being part of this train and participating the ridership on this train. My father was born in 1908, and he was part of the Bracero program. He also worked on the railroad and worked on building some of the thoroughfares that we actually use over in Merced, over on J Street. He actually fell off of that bridge at one point in his career, and I think that we should look at the way the railroad itself, those corridors have expanded and changed over the years, and I hope that there'll be artwork and colorful expressions of what this Central Valley encompasses, you know, whether it's our food, you know, like you mentioned, a bread basket, or the jobs that have been there, the culture of the people, the new faces, who are the people of the Central Valley. I think that's a very important, had discussions in the past through a project with UC Berkeley, looking at radical imagination and how people will be using these corridors, and how important it is for us to make it a place of experience and enjoyment, because transportation is vital for all of us, but it should be enjoyable as well. And I'm hoping that'll be something that you also take in consideration. And great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if I can make a quick remark. So I really appreciate what you said. I mentioned to you as you were leaving that I grew up in the Central Valley as well. So for me, that also means a lot, that we do want it to be reflective of the people that we are. We're coming through with this alignment. And one of the things I can tell you from being on the inside of being, you know, some of these planning meetings, and in those conversations, like let's say the train interiors, but using locally sourced materials so that it truly physically represents the Central Valley. But not only that, like food vendors coming from the Central Valley, the artwork, like you mentioned, at the stations, doing things like capturing the history of this process of building this train, because it is historic and it's going to be in the Central Valley. So making sure that we're capturing that along the way so that we can be reflective and we can tell that story as high-speed rail advances, not just here in California, but around the country, you know, that it truly did start there. So very much appreciate your remarks there, and just want to note that it is definitely something that we are working toward as well. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Can I add one more? I
Um,
just want to add one more thing. Sorry.
I-
I just want to say one thing, and that is in regards to onboarding the train and exiting the train. I'm kind of curious as to what concessions we're going to take for our disabled community.
What was the question? I heard this.
I wanted to know what concessions are we taking for our
Yes.
community that's disabled, and how will they be able to get on and off? What are we doing to make sure that they can have an equitable experience onboarding and exiting the train?
Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Yes, please.
With being in a wheelchair, Amtrak right now uses a lift system, and that is not ideal. Just FYI, because they break, it's a ramp system that folds out is actually more ideal. I don't know if it will work for that type of train, but it's something to look at. Thank you.
Absolutely. The trains just technically now, and then I'll talk about what we've done to be inclusive. The trains will be at level boarding, so there will not be a need for a ramp. So you should be able to just get right on directly. And the trains are all built with ADA compliance in mind. So the wider aisleways, so anybody in a mobility device or pushing a cart of sorts will be able to transit the whole train without having to be locked into one particular space. So they'll be able to end all the way. And all of the bathrooms on the train will also be ADA compliant. They are large restrooms where whole families could go in, including, moms or dads with kids in strollers, or maybe somebody, a traveler with luggage, who's traveling, that they don't want to leave their stuff out. They want to carry it with them. So all of our restrooms will have that capability as well. But then to talk about what we're doing now, when I mentioned before that kind of process, and I skipped over, I didn't dive into a lot of the detail, the process for designing the interiors of our trains. There was a number of key folks that we met with initially, like community groups or folks that were of a particular range. I can tell you that the ADA community, right alongside CHP, safety and accessibility were the very first two groups that we met with, because one, obviously everyone's safety is important, but right alongside that is making sure that it's accessible to all travelers. So anybody who wants to get on a train. So we definitely, again, appreciating the question and the comments. And we welcome more. So when we move into, and when we did the white mock-up at Cal Expos, where we physically built it, we had folks in mobility devices come in, test it, use it, give us their feedback, so that we can make it, again, as accessible as possible.
Thank you so much. We have about 5 minutes before we hit 5 o'clock, and we have a scheduled end time for 5:15. So I just want people to keep that in mind as you make your comments. Member Martinez.
Well, first, thank you to the staff who invited Cal High Speed Rail to come. I have really wanted to hear about the progress. And it may be that we can maybe talk offline. My reason for wanting to get this in front of us is, I think that obviously you'll have a lot of non-drivers who want to use the system. And one thing that I think is really important is not only making sure that the interiors of the trains are accessible to folks who use wheeled mobility devices. I think it's absolutely crucial, and it's fantastic that you guys have considered that. I think that station accessibility is really important. Signage, braille signage, high contrast, raised lettering, directional arrows. I think also, the technology of the system is also really important for that to be accessible. Because I do know that many of us folks with disabilities are going to consider that as like a primary means of transportation. So this has been a fantastic presentation. It's very heartening. It sounds like you really are you guys have done the homework, and I'm super interested in it, and I will be looking at how I can maybe fit in somehow and add more input. But this is just fantastic. So thank
That would be welcome, Member Martinez.
Great, thank you, Member Martinez. Member Stewart.
All I was gonna do is say, wow. You make me exhausted. It's really impressive how much you've thought through this too. What amazing presentations we've had today. And you're the cream of the crop. So thank you so much. And
I want to take some credit for inviting folks to this too. I know staff makes it happen. And we thank you as well. President, also known as Member Villegas Walker.
Thank you so much. And I do appreciate the presentation very much. I'm going to request that we have a follow-up presentation at some time. There's been a lot of criticism about the high-speed rail project and the tremendous cost overruns. And I know that there's huge segments of the state of California that would feel like putting high-speed rail back in a bottle, even after this significant expenditure has been made, might be the right course of action. And so I think that, I don't count myself in that camp, but I think it's very important for us to be educated on the downside, right? And some of the not quite so fluffy rainbows, puppies, and that type of thing. So I would really like a presentation in the future that talks about the criticisms that have been leveled at the program. I also find it curious that, I mean, there's probably over 20 countries that have high-speed rail programs now. And so I'm kind of curious as to why we would need to go out and find a specific manufacturer for trains to be successful on our tracks, because we're not the first country to do this. We're not the first state to do this. So again, appreciate the presentation. A lot of great information. I just think for us to be well-rounded in this space, we also need to hear the downside. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Walker.
To say the manufacturers, we did put an open bid out to all rail manufacturers for the high-speed rail trains. I'll mention that one first because it's just the easy one. The more complicated answer on that, which I appreciate, Member Walker, because you're right. There is a lot of criticism. It might be hard for me to kind of come out and give a presentation about all the bad things that critics say. But I definitely would be, would welcome, questions. I know today's not the day. We don't have time, and some preparation would be nice, but to talk through that. I mean, I know one of the questions I get the most is, why is it taking so long? And I think that's where you get the most criticism. And I'm happy to answer and dive into, kind of that as a general beginning point. But absolutely, and I appreciate that you don't want to just have all of the positives and all the great things that we're doing, because there are those people out there that have criticisms, and some of them obviously are very valid. Some of the points are extremely valid. The cost has gone up, the time is taking longer, all those things. I definitely recognize that, and transparency is important to us. So more to come, Member Walker. Like I said, just the beginning, but absolutely.
Great. I would just add that I think that maybe it's a lessons learned.
Oh yeah,
because I think
good point.
If the federal government wants to throw billions of dollars at us that we're going to go be spent somewhere else anyway, we should probably take it. And I think that one of the chief lessons of it is that this proposition was an unfunded mandate, and so that's probably one of the largest reasons why it's taking so long. And we can't go back in time to change that, but lessons learned would be great. And I echo that, because I mean, I think that there be things to learn to apply to future projects. I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to take the liberty of just quickly with my comments, if folks don't mind. I am definitely impressed with the presentation, and I've been to a lot of the programming for HSR over the past few months, and I've heard nothing but good things at these events. I think people are finally excited to be able to put their hands on something that looks like what this train might be in a timeline that's now less than a decade. Like, we're talking 6 years. We're talking 5 years, actually, if everything's on time. I will say the classroom presentations, I hope you're also going to continuation high schools and adult schools. And I say that because when I went on my tour, the schools that were highlighted in the Hanford area were the typical comprehensive high schools. And I think that you want to catch the students that have dropped out of that school or at the adult school and that are looking for a trade. They also might be looking for a college. I was practically a dropout of high school, and I wasn't a trades person. I ended up, getting a degree. And so there's I'm envisioning like a brochure that says, I am high-speed rail, or we are all high-speed rail, and like the different methods of how you get into high-speed rail, from the trade unions to applying on Cal Careers, to the desk jobs, to starting your own business. Like, if I'm 17 years old and I realize I don't want to follow anyone's instructions, I might need my own business. How do you even start a business to get a contract from government to then build your livelihood around it? It's not something that was taught in my household. So those are my brief comments. And also with the DEI work, I see that you have an established DEI framework from your stakeholders within HSR. We're clearly excited about this project, and would love to be able to continue to find ways to partner with you. And if you need to have stakeholders that are from the lay community versus being within the state family, That's us, and we'd love to figure out what that looks like. I'm sorry I'm volunteering our staff to do something else, but and additionally plugging us into whatever you can plug us into so that we can keep track of what's going on. The social media feed is very rich. I follow, and it's great to be able to tangibly understand what this is becoming, because I think for the last 15 years we didn't know, and I think we know now. Other hands, virtual hands, none. All right, public comment.
Chair, we're not seeing any requests for public comment on this item.
Ms. Rodriguez, I want to thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to more engagement
Same.
and our tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Set a date.
Yeah. And speaking of tour, it might also be a good way to start. If it doesn't happen before December, it's a good way to engage our future alumni. And we already have some alumni of our EAC. So looking at ways to plug in folks who we haven't seen in a while. We have 3 more items, which I think we can do in the next 10 minutes. I please have faith. All right, workshop update. I just think that much of what we said earlier kind of suffices. And so for folks who weren't in the room because it wasn't telecast, we had a 2-hour meeting where we discussed what we would like to see equity look like. And I think we came out of that meeting feeling very good about what this group can do based upon the discussions that we had. I will now hand it to Deputy Director Naila Popardin of Caltrans and alumni of this group, esteemed EAC, to tell you more.
Thank you, Chair Walker. And in an effort to be efficient with time, I'm just going to give high-level takeaways and action items that staff have from the meeting. And then I would like to propose 3 options to the EAC committee. So like Chair Walker said, we had a pretty robust conversation about what words and things that we would like to see involved in our equity mission statements, equity definitions moving forward. Some key takeaways are just making sure that everyone's voice is heard in the committee, that no matter what options we have moving forward with this process, staff will be very intentional about finding ways for the EAC members and also members of the public to engage and provide input. So that will be a follow-up action item that we will present to you all. And then the last thing is just making sure that we're providing clarification around the expectations and compensation for this process moving forward for the EAC members. Those are our 3 action items. Now, what is ahead of us today is, as an EAC body, there has been a request to create a mission and vision statement for this body and potentially an equity definition. Staff has created 3 processes that we could move forward that we would like the EAC members to be able to vote on. I'm going to explain those 3 processes now. The first one would be taking 2 EAC members, electing them as subject matter experts, and naming them as subject matter experts. And they would take the feedback and all of the input that has been given today and will be given in subsequent processes and draft those statements and bring them to a future EAC meeting. I will say that with this recommendation, it is the ability to move nimble and move quickly because it's 2 members, but it does in some ways limit input to the processes, right? The other option is a subcommittee. We could move this work to one of the existing subcommittees. All EAC members would be able to attend those subcommittee meetings to provide input, but we would be having to co-opt a subcommittee so that subcommittee work would not be able to happen. We would just be doing the mission, vision, definition in that subcommittee. The third option is to be able to move this work forward at the full EAC meetings next year. So with that, everybody gets input. It is our best opportunity for more public input, but it would take up valuable time at EAC meetings throughout the year. And so with that, staff would make the recommendation to move forward with subject matter experts as the way to move quickly, but would leave it all to you. And I don't know if we have, I'm just going to pass it back to you, Chair Walker, to move forward.
Sure. Why don't I just first do a poll of, by show of hands, how many people have time to be a subject matter expert on this between now and the end of the year?
You have folks online.
So that already shows me that there's more than 2 people interested. And so then the question becomes, what we'd like to proceed with. And so I think that it would probably be quickest for us to just say, each member speak during roll call what you would like to see. Is that something that's what I'm entertaining? I can't say that. You guys can tell me what you'd like.
Well, can I just note, this is an action item, so we can vote and establish a process today to move forward. Yeah.
Okay.
I motion that we vote individually and take a poll.
Okay. All right. Moved and seconded. We'll do it. So we're gonna just vote. Because if we vote twice, that's gonna keep us here longer. So,
Chair, Member Gonzalez typed in the chat, are folks open to a special meeting on this?
Yeah.
in addition to the one that we've already requested.
During that same time.
Yeah, so the options would be repurposing a subcommittee meeting to be able to have this discussion. So that would be the second option.
So the short answer is no, but the subcommittee could be that. And I'm gonna, I think we should just ask everyone, we should poll everyone right now who, what you'd like to see. So I'm gonna hand it to Clerk Hall to call the roll. And you're gonna answer with one of the following: subject matter expert, delegate authority to a subcommittee, or during an EAC meeting. Those are the three options. A, B, or C. Do you have a question? Oh, Randy. Hi, Randy, member Taurus Van Flat. Your floor is yours. And welcome. I'm sorry I didn't get to say you're here. I know you.
Hi. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. No, I had my hand up right before you clarified that, Chair Walker. Thank you. Because unfortunately, I wasn't able to join in person for the this activity this morning. So I just want to get a little additional context to inform this action here. And so just to be clear, the three options being presented that we'll be voting on, that will set the path forward to developing the vision, mission, and policy principles for the EAC.
Yes. That's exactly it.
Okay. Okay, and then the options, and can you state the options one more time, please?
Sure. And it's very much like when we had this discussion in February, when, you know, we can't have more than two people talk about it. So the options we have are subject matter experts, which is two people talking about it, because that aligns with Bagley-Keene. And that's option A. Okay. Option B, delegate authority to a subcommittee, meaning we don't have enough resources to start a new subcommittee on this, as I had requested at the last meeting. So we would just repurpose a committee to discuss this, and whatever that committee is working on, it would probably be on hold until we get through this. And we could probably get through this quickly. It's just, we have to put it somewhere. Option 3 is to use the second half of EAC meetings to do this discussion. And that is the most transparent, because it would allow everyone, including the public, to have a ability to interact on it. The downfall is that may limit the wonderful reports we've had, like we had today. So those are the three options. Is there any more questions about the options?
Chairman Walker, this is Alex. I have to go since I have I have to leave for another event this evening. Can I just vote B currently, so that way I can leave the call?
B is in delegate authority?
Yes, please.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon. Any other clarifications or questions?
Chairman
Walker, can there be a combination of two options?
Yes, exactly.
What? Oh, a combination of two options. What would the combination be?
The combination that I would consider is delegate authority with input from the committee. And then once those delegated subject matter experts have come up with a draft document, it's presented and discussed and adopted by the entire committee.
I mean, the subject matter anywhere. That's subject matter experts, I think, what you just asked.
So to clarify, the mission, vision, and what are we calling it? Policy principles will be brought to the full EAC to vote and input on. We are talking about where the initial draft will be coming from. So whether we go subject matter experts or subcommittee or whole EAC, there will be many points of input from the whole EAC that is available.
Thank you. That clarifies a lot.
Great. So we're ready to vote. I'm handing it to Clerk Hall.
Thank you, Chair. When I call your name, please indicate your desired option. Vice Chair Armis Kelly,
Option B.
and then Member Contreras indicated and earlier that she selected option B. Ana Gonzalez,
Hi, I'm struggling between B and C, but I guess I'll go with B.
Herb Hastings, Gloria Huerta,
Option 8.
Peggy Martinez, Amber Novi, Andres Ramirez,
Option A.
Michelle Rousey,
Option A.
Connie Stewart,
Option A.
Randy Torres Van Vleck,
Option B.
Cheryl Villegas Walker,
Option B.
Christine Williams, Chair William Walker,
Option. I know, B.
so we had 5 votes for A and 6 for B.
All right. So the next item would be delegating it to which committee, and I'm going to make a recommendation that it goes to the walkability, disability. Oh,
Sure.
not now?
Chair Walker, can I make a suggestion? I think because we still need to solicit more input from other committee members about how to move, about their ideas of the mission vision, we can also include that in the survey on what subcommittee we think that recommendation should go to.
Sounds good.
And a path forward. Thank you for your time.
All right. All right, so where are we now? We are at member reports. Members? Member Rousey? Oh, we're at subcommittee, actually. We're at subcommittee updates, sorry. And wait, before we do that, was there public comment on item 11? I'm sorry.
There were no requests for public comment on that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12 again, subcommittee updates, and we'll start with walkability, disability, member Rousey.
Thank you.
Complete streets, I missed something, there you go.
It's okay, it's really okay. Monday, October 7th, we met for last committee as chair. Ana Gonzalez, Amber Novi, and Amber was added to the roster for the meeting because we didn't have quorum without, and William Walker attended. We initially had low turnout to the subcommittee, and Amber joined and added to the roster. Just a reminder to folks on the committee that they can serve on more than one subcommittee, and our most as of our most recent meeting, we are now have 5 members on the subcommittee itself. Anna, Peggy, William, Amber, and myself. The Transportation Commission, we had a presentation by Francis De Sanchez with the California Transportation Commission on SB 1121 needs assessment. Regarding the presentation from Francis on SB 1121, we have concerns about ensuring the needs of seniors and people with disabilities are included throughout the document. Everyone ages and
Excuse me, this is the ASL interpreter. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You probably need us to slow down, correct?
Definitely, definitely.
sorry.
Thank you.
I get going quickly too, sorry. I have concerns about ensuring the needs of seniors and people with disabilities are included throughout the document. Everyone ages into disability and everything needs to be accessible. We are not even close to that, even for able-bodied people. No formal actions were taken in the meeting beyond the adoption of the August meeting minutes. Next steps for CTC to share a draft accessibility and complete street chapters with the subcommittee members, which they have for feedback. We offered briefings for these sections by staff between October and November meetings. So far, Peggy and William have attended, and there'll be more briefings for members in the next week. We would like for our subcommittee to potentially consider developing formal recommendations in the form of a letter, given that the public comment period on the needs assessment is anticipated to close December. We need to act quickly if we're going to make formal recommendations. We have a few paths forward to accomplish this goal, which I would like to discuss with the full committee today. I'm going to share two different potential paths forward, and we'd like to hear the ideas of the committee members after I share these two pathways. And I'm going to pass this to Sequoia because they changed as of today, and she has a more better understanding of that to bring it forward. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna mess up your title, so Claire, Mr.
Yeah,
Rasmus.
that's all right. Thanks. Yeah, so just really quickly, it seems like we've had the comment period extended. And so I think this process can take on a similar process to the CAPDI recommendations that occurred a couple months ago from July to September, I guess, where the subcommittee drafts a letter, reports back to the committee, the full committee, and then, iterates and then brings the letter of recommendations back to the full committee for vote at the December meeting if we have a business meeting. So I think we can follow that timeline, and we just are looking for the committee to kind of accept that and move that forward.
Can I just one clarification? We do not have a draft plan out for public comment. This is a draft that the committee is providing input to, that the committee's input will be built into, and then the formal draft will be released for public comment.
Any other questions or clarifications on the motion that's been proposed? Is there a second? Oh, we can't vote. Oh, not a voting item. All right. All right. That's the direction. So then what I will say is that as the only person that can't, oh, sorry. I was like, I thought it was an action item. That's why. Yeah. So it's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Member
Yeah, I second.
Thomas Kelly. Okay, she seconded it. So what I will say is I am the only person here on the whole committee that can't vote at subcommittees. So I find it really important that everything comes back to the committee, because otherwise I'm just not a part of the decision. So I just want to, and I'm glad that we're considering that we're having this December business meeting, because we're no longer in a position that that's going to happen. But it's important that you keep that in mind, as long as the charter stands as it stands. Roll call vote on this item is assuming there's no public comment on the motion. Now, clerk call. Oh. No, we have to do roll call because of the position we're in with not having a quorum in person. It's gonna be being on top of it today, okay? Clerk call.
Vice Chair Armis Kelly,
Aye.
Alexandria Contreras, Ana Gonzalez,
Aye.
Herb Hastings, Gloria Huerta,
Aye.
Peggy Martinez, Amber Novi, Andres Ramirez,
Aye.
Michelle Rousey,
Aye.
Connie Stewart,
Aye.
Randy Torres Van Vleck,
Aye.
Cheryl Villegas Walker,
Yes.
Christine Williams, Chair William Walker. Motion passes.
Great. So we will delegate, I'm sorry, we will, gosh, this motion, remind me.
Effectively, it's going to go to the subcommittee
Thank
and
you.
then it's going to come back to the full committee.
Sorry, lots of moving parts right now. So, now we go to our next chair's report. I'm gonna go to Martha Armas Kelly, who is the chair of our Safety and Climate Subcommittee.
Wow,
Miss-
thank you, William. Chair Walker, I thank you for that. I'm going to be really brief. Our meeting is not until the end of October, and similarly to the same idea, we have a recommendation, a letter that we'd like to draft. There are several things that we discussed during our last meeting in August, and we did have a great group of discussion centered around the opportunity to consider climate and safety measures for entering and exiting corridors. Many contributions, including overlap with safety for disabled communities and those that are not able to see signage. So I'm just going to let you know that we will be having our meeting. And again, you can attend the meeting. We have a core group that will be receiving a letter with strategies. And my outlook as a chair is that I'm going to send out the strategies out to the core group prior to our meeting in October, at the end of October, so that you can reflect. And your homework is really to just bring back your suggestions in alignment with those strategies that you've already put into place. And we do hope that at that next meeting, in that early part of that morning, that we will be able to bring that draft to you and be able to have some turnaround, so that it also will be included and some actionable items will be reflected in that letter. And I also want to state that some of those strategies are also based on criteria from CalStat and the CTC, as well as the commission. So on that, if you would like to receive that, everyone will get that draft. So if you have something that you'd like to add or put in, it'll be a great opportunity for you to be able to comment and include your information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Armas Kelly, for this subcommittee report, and Vice Chair also. Questions or comments for the chair of the committee? The subcommittee. Oh wait, I don't have to do public comment yet. What we'll do is go to our chair of Housing Infrastructure and Broadband Subcommittee. That is cousin and chair of the subcommittee, Member Villegas Walker. Hi, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the subcommittee met on October 15, in attendance, myself, Connie, Michelle, Randy, Christine, and of course, our chair, William Walker. There was no public comment. We moved to approve the April 5, 2024 minutes, although there was a question as to whether or not that was allowed, because we did not, I believe, have a quorum. The committee acknowledged the broad categories of housing infrastructure and broadband and the importance of articulating and identifying a nexus between those categories and the work and mission of the EAC, as well as our transportation agencies. So topics discussed in terms of a subcommittee scope included equitable land use considerations in the context of planning and policies, with particular emphasis around transit-oriented development and vehicle miles traveled as it relates to both land use and equity concerns as a replacement for the gas tax. We're also interested in addressing legacy displacement and policy considerations, as we heard today, to prevent future displacements. with regard to broadband, and again, Connie was instrumental in leading this discussion, with regard to broadband, now that we have a path forward where we really want to focus on implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. We also are interested in workforce opportunities. Lastly, we want to make sure that in all aspects, we are ensuring public participation and centering equity considerations within the scope and purpose of our subcommittee. The next meeting of our subcommittee will be November 19th, where we will continue with our discussion of next steps in defining the roles and mission of our committee.
Great. Thank you, Chair Villegas Walker. And just while we're talking about dates of next committees, Monday, November 18th is the next committee of walkability, disability, and complete streets at 3 p.m. And the next safety and climate is, as Chair Ms. Kelly said, it's October 30th from 3 to 4 p.m. These are all virtual meetings. They're all on the Equity Advisory Committee website, which is under the master CTC website, catc.ca.gov. Any questions or comments for Chair Villegas Walker or any of the subcommittee chairs? Public comment.
Chair, we have no requests for public comment in the room or online.
All right, that was an information item, so we will move on to member reports and discussion of future meeting topics. And I'm sorry that we're so late, but I just wanted to honor our guests, so we have a lot of them. I didn't want to cut them off. This is your chance to provide a verbal report, and you can also submit written updates like I do every month to our staff. They generally have to be in like about 20 days before the meeting, so plan ahead. But it's nice to do that because it documents what we're all doing here, and I've had a lot of fun even with my typos on them. Any remarks from my members? So then we'll be getting written reports from y'all in the future. All right. Vice Chair Scully?
Yes, I know that there was a slide, and I just wanted to show this slide if it's available. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, great.
And it just really shows our efforts, not to limit your thinking about how important you are with the EAC. It's just like, if you're doing things in the community, which I know all of you are, really trying to just connect to the people that we are working with directly. And again, I attended a health fair recently where
we lost you. You attended a health fair, and can you continue from that point? Member Armis Kelly. All right, well, we've lost you for now. I'm going to get us to public comment for this item.
Chair, there are no requests for public comment on this item.
And if you're able to rejoin us, we can come back to this item for you to finish your report. I'm going to now move to item 14, 2024 EAC meeting calendar with Clerk Justin Hall as my presenter for this item, and Ms. Erasmus as well, Secretary Erasmus. Clerk Hall.
Thank you, Jim. Tab 14 is the draft meeting calendar of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee for 2025. While developing this calendar, staff considered the dates of other major meetings, such as the California Transportation Commission meetings, town hall meetings, tri-state meetings, Caltrans Executive Board meetings, as well as the Strategic Growth Council meeting. Changes are needed. Staff will work with the 2025 committee chair and vice chair to reschedule and will inform committee members of such changes. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions, comments for Clerk Hall? Public comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have, I was informed today that we have applications that are now open for new members. And I just want the full membership to know so that they can pass those applications onto people they may think that might want to be on or would be eligible to be on this committee. So just
Sure. We mentioned that at the top of the meeting, but it can't hurt to mention it again that if you're interested in doing this work, please apply. It's also on the catc.ca.gov website, that link to our application. Any other questions or comments about the EAC calendar that's on your screen? Is there public comment? This is an information item, so we're gonna come back to Martha, but I'm gonna just get to closing and next steps. And I'll hand it to Senior Advisor Carolyn Abrams to take us home.
Thank you, Chair Walker, and thank you to everyone for engaging in today's discussion. As always, we have captured detailed notes. But in particular, we've captured notes about the conversation on the CAPTI update, the middle mile and last mile broadband initiative, high-speed rail, and the EAC vision, mission, and policy principles. So given the presentations that we heard today, we are now moving CAPTI and high-speed rail off the bike rack. If there is interest in furthering these conversations, we can always add them back to the list. But for now, we will consider these complete so that we can prioritize other items on future agendas. And then any follow-up actions pertaining to the middle mile and last mile broadband initiative will be taken up by the Housing, Infrastructure, and Broadband Subcommittee. The continued work on SB 1121 needs assessment will be led by the Walkability, Disability, and Complete Streets Subcommittee. And a survey will go out to members to gather more feedback about the EAC mission and vision and policy principles, including input about which subcommittee should carry this work forward. So again, you can always expect to receive some additional follow-up communications from us as staff about next steps, and then also a general reminder to submit any future meeting topic requests and member reports. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Walker.
Thank you very much, efficient. I just want to say that I've really had great honor, like bringing all these ideas to have presentations and taking ideas that you've all brought. But I think that in this closing, we should keep thinking about what we want to bring and keep sharing that information with our leadership staff. Brandy, do you mind putting up that slide one more time of Martha's? I know that she fell off the call, but I just want to give her due, because it's really important for us to start documenting what we do, because folks are going to be looking at this. This is now on the website. It's a great way to promote what you're all doing, and this is a great template. So I hope we can steal your template, Vice Chair, and just yeah, this is great. It looks like she's doing work with our CHP, which is a part of the whole group here. Like I said, DMV as well. It's not just freeways and trains and buses. And we look forward to being able to share the work that you all do. I'm going to stop talking. I guess we don't have to move to adjourn. We can just adjourn. Is there any other public comment on our closing or any comment from members? Okay.
Chair, we're not seeing any requests to make further public comment. Thank you.
All right, that was a marathon meeting. It's adjourned as of whatever time it is, 5:35, and thank you all for your patience and staying late.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Have a good one.